All right, what do we got going on here? It's like you guys can see me, you guys can talk if you want, and we are just hanging out, working on stuff before Christmas. I am grading some last little papers on another screen and hanging out. How's it going, Boris? We are getting down to the very last little bit of our Linux Systems Administration course, which I think has been pretty good for people. So yeah, we're not working too hard today. If you guys have questions or want to talk about stuff, let me know, and I'll be over here grading. Got to fix some grades because of a mistake in my grade book yesterday, and then I got to grade a whole bunch of projects today. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm up to. Also, you guys can see Ranger walking around down there. He has the saddest Christmas tree any of us have ever seen. And the reason I say that is because it has slowly been getting more and more. It's actually funny. It's been slowly getting. The lights have been going out on it. We don't know what's going on with it. Or she had some SE Linux yesterday. Did you know in our lab environment we actually have SE Linux running in case you need to mess with any of that stuff? So we actually run it in a permissive mode, so you can troubleshoot stuff. Yep. Troubleshooting Nginx, that'll get it. Yep. If you haven't done that before, that'll definitely be a fun one for you if you're troubleshooting that pretty early on. We probably have some other stuff to do. I probably have a fair amount of stuff to do. I had some other talks. Somebody wanted me to talk about in a future stream one of these, how to build out a Bastion host. I have to change the Bastion host around a little bit today, so we might do that a little bit. So that's well, we could start on that. We can mess with that a little bit while we're kind of hanging out here. So we just go back to root, and the thing we need to plan out is how we want to use these 19 systems, right? Oops, I don't want to do that. Control Shift R. Ansible. See how all the systems are doing. I want to see how clean the environment is. We might have to reboot some stuff. Might have to make sure some nodes are still good. Rocky 11's down hard. Let's go fix Rocky 11. Memory process, that happens. I told you guys this is part of being a lab environment. You expect people to break things every now and then. Also, all these other nodes have been up for quite some time, so before this weekend I'll definitely be rebooting all of them. But I don't need to do that just yet. But what we need to do is kind of draw out a little bit what we're going to do with the lab environment. So, plan. Let's go here. Plan. Let's see, we need to plan for the labs this weekend. So we're going to do troubleshooting labs during the week, or sorry, during the meeting on Saturday for the people that show up. I'm going to actually have you guys split off into different rooms, and you guys are going to be down in the Discord. So if you guys have never been in Discord, let me show you this. I'm sure most of you have been in Discord, but let's say you hadn't. I don't have any idea what the hell this shit is. Get out of here. Let me fucking move it like that so you guys can see. Okay. Anyways, down here in the voice channels, I'm going to make a few more one-on-ones, and there's going to be like a troubleshooting 1, a troubleshooting 2, and a troubleshooting 3. And I've got some of the other guys that are going to come in and help me, and they're going to be one-on-one rooms, and you're going to get dropped in there, and you're going to have. So there's going to be the the lab version of assignment, and then there's going to be the like answer version of assignment. And what's going to happen is you guys are going to get dropped into an environment. So All right, so I'm going to make this a little bit. Yeah, I don't know what paw means in that context there. All right, but anyways, let's see. Did this node reboot? Yeah, he's coming up. Once he comes up, we'll make sure he comes up clean, and then we'll go. So yeah, we're not working too hard today. We're just kind of getting on here a little bit, and I'm working on some stuff in a different window, and technically I am working today. Yeah, audit to allow is definitely a separate system. Yep. Oh, I had not seen that acronym before. Privileged Access Workstation. Interesting. Is that on site? I haven't ever seen that acronym. Takes a while for the SC Linux part to relabel. Makes the lab boot up a little more than I'd want, but oh, uninitiated driver. I don't know what that is, but I don't know what it is as far as I haven't troubleshot it yet. But let's just go make sure our environment's up. As long as our environment's up and clean for people. RNX, how's it going? We're just hanging out right now. Environment looks clean now, so we'll get that out of the way right now. How's Ranger doing? Ranger is laying down. His little tree of lights is slowly losing. These lights are slowly going out over time, so it's kind of funny. Poor Ranger. He's got the saddest Charlie Brown little looking Christmas tree ever. All right. Rest of the stuff in our environment looks fine. I need to update some of my servers for sure, but we're not working too hard this morning. And you know, this is a co-working stream, so I'm technically working on a different window over here, cleaning up my grade book so I can finalize grades for the quarter over at the college. RNX, you're all the way up through Unit 3. Nice. That's pretty good. That's takes a good amount of work to get up to that far. We've got this Linux course for people that don't know, and we're all the way up on Unit 15. So if somebody's all the way back on Unit 3, they've got a lot to slog through still. But there's a lot of, I think there's a lot of good stuff here to learn. What's 3? 3 is mostly all the disk stuff, yeah. Yeah, Boris, you know I have labs that show you guys how to build out all my Grafana stuff, right? I think you guys know that for the most part. We have out here on Killer Coda. I'll link the exact lab, in fact, or the exact set of labs. Yeah, all of my lab is in these 3 labs right here. So I'll link you the first one for anybody that wants to do it. But all of my lab, well, okay, so there's a slight bit of things that are just outside of what you're doing in that lab, and that goes back to this right here. Okay, Copilot. It goes back to, like, in my monitoring environment, the things that are slightly different are this. I do have some external queries that Telegraph's doing that I don't have in those labs, mainly out to a weather API, so it pulls a bunch of data. The Promtail Node Explorer, yeah, all this stuff's there, all this stuff's there. Pulling stuff from CloudWatch from AWS, I don't really do that anymore in the lab. Although I could reset up the keys and keep doing that. That's not hard to do at all. And then web frames from Nagios and Webcam, that is something that's still happening, but that's in an older version of. But my point is, you could build 90% of my environment out without ever just from these labs, just from those labs I just showed you. So yeah, I think you guys could definitely get away with doing this. So RNX, you said you want to build a home lab. How much is it going to cost? Well, I mean that's a little bit of a loaded question, because obviously there's like a lot you could. I mean, I would say a home lab is probably going to cost you between like 300 on the low end and a few thousand on the high end. My home lab environment, which consists of 3 servers, 3 servers back there that are virtualized with, maybe 40 or so actual servers doing any actual work. I'd say my environment probably was, I don't know, like 200, 400. So probably close to $800 worth of money spent. However, that's over the course of, I just threw those numbers out, but I've probably had these servers, some of these servers I've had since the 2017, 2018 timeframe. So it's like, that's been over all that time, Yeah, and then the other part about, building out a home lab is I might even just tell you guys nowadays, you don't really need to build out a home lab physically. You could go get so much out of like AWS in the cloud that you could build and test out and destroy all kinds of stuff for free. I think I told you guys when I got all my initial AWS certs that I have, I did it all for like 78 cents worth of cloud time. And I got my certified cloud practitioner, my solutions associate, and my security practitioner specialty, the specialty one. I got all of those with no more than just getting in there and playing around on the free tier stuff and studying a whole bunch. That's all I did. So what's the other one? There was a really cool one. They had really good pricing. Some of you guys really liked their pricing. What was that called? Nerd something. Rack Nerd. That's what it was. Some of you guys were getting some really good pricing. That's per year. That's not per month right here. This is your per year pricing. So you divide that down. That's a pretty decent little machine to be sitting around, for very little. And I think they've had different values and deals and stuff like that. If we go back here real quick and say, $39.88 divided by 12. That's that's $3.50 a month, as opposed to, I just told you, $700. Well, let's say you do that times 3. And then, so now you're spending $10 a month, which is $120 a year, but you're only doing that. That's not bad. And then you could take that and you could probably virtualize that further. Yeah, they gotta. Yeah. So I don't know. This is one of these things. You gotta. There's trade-offs to all of this stuff. How much you want to spend in any of these spaces. So that's my thoughts on it. Yeah, Rack Nerd seemed to be, people seem to like that one. At least from my when I was looking into it a little bit. So, but yeah, we've got the Professional Linux users group, a little place for you guys to hang out and do Linux, get into getting better at this and getting ready for professional work. I haven't heard anybody in the last few months say that they had gotten a new job, but normally we have quite a few people just telling us like, hey, yeah, I got a new job and I'm moving over into this area of IT, and that's the goal, is keep people working on this stuff, keep people feeling like they're progressing their careers and such. So yeah. All right, anyways, so let's go. How's Ranger doing? My dog. Oh, my dog. That was some presentation stuff from the other night. I'll throw this up. What's going on here? These are different things that we had been talking about. I'm gonna keep working on I gotta grade a little bit more. So feel free to let me know if you guys have questions. Feel free to ask about the group or about the Linux Systems Administration course if you want to. But this is one of these co-working sessions where we can kind of just work on whatever we want to talk about. Good old Lustre. Been using Lustre for the better part of 15 years now. Pretty decent system. Yeah, this run pod thing, some of you guys were telling me about this. So if you want to run AI workloads, but you're more of like an amateur and can't go spend, $4,000 for a server or or 40 grand or 400 grand, you can run pods out in the cloud and actually get GPU workloads for pretty cheap. So I thought this was a kind of cool project. This is actually just a set of tabs I had open from one of the last times we were streaming, and just different things that we were talking about and working on. So, yeah, just people can, I'm remembering back to other things that we were kind of doing or working on. Excuse me. All right. Let's see. Free tier stuff, I agree with all that. It's all useful. Yeah, you can do a lot with free tier. Where else were we at? We were over here. We got the lab stuff. We could do more Ansible. We could focus on some Ansible if we want. We're really just kind of hanging out. We can talk security if you guys want to talk about security topics and things that you need to know if you're going to go do like a security plus type cert. Yeah, Rally, that's the goal. Yeah, get you guys exposed to stuff. Also, I think that people find, like, hey, I like doing Linux, but I also like doing data analytics stuff. Or, hey, I like doing Linux, but I also really think that, that area over there in, like, machine learning is interesting. And then you find other people that are doing similar things to you, and you can kind of talk to them. Like, some of you guys know that, like, we've got one of our guys that streams down in the Discord, Fisherman, who he works for big cloud provider, right? He works for them, and he does AI ML workloads. In fact, he just wrote a blog post for him. So, like, he's been, he's there for you guys that want to talk about that kind of stuff. And then we've got guys that are, one of our guys, Michael Pessa, who's like a really good admin and administrator and engineer. He has moved over and been a site reliability engineer for a few years. He's been doing software engineering the last few months. So, like, he's a Linux guy, right, at heart, but he's doing all these other things. So, like, sometimes when I talk to you guys about this stuff, I'm like, that's why it's so good to be in a community, is you can see what other people are doing. It's not just, we are a Linux group, right? We're a professional Linux users group, but the goal is to make you get into Linux in such a way that you can go and spin off into whatever kind of career. I've been telling people for a long time, like, network engineers, and then like I think electrical engineers as well. You go to college or whatever, or even if you don't, you're just working in that space. They're the like two groups of people that I think are going to go. You have no idea what you're going to do. You might be a network engineer, and you might go work at like a studio your whole career, and you might know a whole bunch of stuff about Blender and all this kind of stuff that like isn't really network engineering. Or you might be network engineer that goes and focuses on Linux like me, and then I've been a Linux guy for the last 20 years, but mostly I work in high performance compute workloads. So I work for a lot of big government and college projects on basically distributed high speed computing type systems, and how to troubleshoot those and how to make them faster, and how to and that's my career, although I'm mostly a Linux guy, right? Like I'm a Linux guy, but my background heavily is in networking, as I mentioned. So my point is, you guys want to do this stuff, and you want to get. The goal of our group is to help you guys get out of just being an amateur, right? Like we're all amateurs. We all do this stuff for fun, hobbyists and that kind of stuff. But maybe we want to go on and do this stuff professionally and actually make money at it too, which I think is a good way to change the trajectory of what you're doing with your career. And people have gotten into this from all different walks of life. You just have to spend time with it, build up your skills, get a good resume, start talking to people in the industry, find work, all that stuff. Networking. People always talk about networking. Right, so, all right. But I'll get off my soapbox a little bit here. I'm just kind of hanging out today. We're not working too hard, guys. Yeah, I would say non-tech skills are, yeah, that is a hard thing for some people. Like when I try to explain to people that like your ability to put together an email, you could be the smartest engineer in the room, but if you type like you use like the URs and the U and the lowercase I and like all these things that are like just perfectly fine if you're texting your buddies, but that's not how you talk to other like adults. People don't realize that. Yeah, it really gets people. Yeah. I actually have a talk. We don't have to do it right now, but I have a talk on like what I think are kind of like your soft engineering skills, which are here. And my talk on this has to do with like these other things that don't really fall into any of these other categories. Stand-up meetings, like how do stand-up meetings work? You're going to probably be in stand-up meetings once you get on an engineering team. Not when you're maybe over doing early admin stuff or help desk, but like when you get on an actual engineering team and you're doing individual contributor IC workloads, right? This is where you need to like start to think about stand-up meetings and then how change occurs. You can't just wild west it and change stuff in your organization, right? And then we talked about this the other day. What does it mean to be fit for use and fit for warranty? So we don't have to go into this right now, but this is just kind of one of my little talks that I do. Let's get that stuff out of the way. If you guys want to talk about that, let me know. But we're just kind of hanging out today, not working too hard. It's co-working day, so I'm kind of working in. I'm working on another screen here and grading papers. I need to get back to grading papers, but I'm kind of hanging out talking to you guys. How's it going, Killa? We are, just hanging out. And if any of you guys want any of the links up there, that was from a stream the other day that we did. I just left the links up there. Oh, man. I like that Zeke and ye shall find. That's pretty funny. Got some great news. Got accepted that internship. I had an interview yesterday. It's for Gilbert. Nice, Killa. You're gonna go work out in Gilbert? Because I think Killa, you're in the Phoenix area, right? You're not far from me, I don't think. So. Nice. Yeah, Gilbert's nice. Gilbert's a good area. I had a buddy that used to work over there for them, so I don't know how long he's been out of their IT though, but he was over there for a while running stuff. I think he did mostly virtualization workloads and stuff. Well, I think he was working for the city of Gilbert. You're out in Avondale? Okay. Yeah, that's not too bad then. Pretty close. Yeah, these are all, the things up here spin on the left, they're all just topics that we were talking about the other day. So if you guys have any questions about them or want to talk about them a little bit, let me know. Yeah, if you get in and they see that you're a good worker, yeah, they would probably. Most people would rather hire a known quantity than try to quantify if some new person that they're bringing in is going to be any good. So that's actually why we talk about like getting the foot in the door. Is like if you're a pretty good worker, you understand the things well, you get projects driven to completion, you own things, you own problems to completion. Those are the kind of things that people like. Yeah. Well, it'll be interesting working on that. Yeah, you guys are gonna do big things, as we always say. Do big things. Move that down because it's bugging me how those are offset a little bit. All right, there we go. But yeah, we're not working too hard today. I have a little bit of gradebook stuff to clean up for my college, so I'm over there on another screen. I actually have to focus on this for a few minutes here because I have to grade. There's like these 6-part projects, and then in part 8 they put them all together. So I have to kind of pull them all together and get. I got to go through like a matrix of grading. So let me make sure all this other stuff looks like I want. Excuse me. I'm going to close out this other class, and then got to do a little grade audit. Grade audit's like this little automated tool that we have that will audit all the grades and make sure they look good, and then I'll kick them over. You guys over on the Twitch side, you guys see the little night bot telling you that we're a group of engineers that you can go hang out with. That's the goal. Get people doing systems work. Get people thinking about all of these different things that you can do. There's my little Bastion library. This is open. Anybody can use this on my GitHub. How you build out a Bastion and a CentOS. It says for CentOS 7 and 8, but it would also work for Rails still. So, all right. Somebody's grade is messed up. Gotta go figure out this person. Wow, that's pretty bad. Yeah, Raleigh, thanks for coming by. Make sure you're, get some relaxation in it. It doesn't have to be all Linux, guys. It's just, you're welcome to hang out or jet or do whatever you need to. Let me see. I gotta go and look at this grade audit real quick because for some reason, some of my grade book is messed up. One of my students didn't have all their grades in the right spot, so I gotta clean that up. I do kind of want to look at this. What's the regulatory compliance? How's that all working? Also, I have no idea what's going on my screen over there. I don't know if we just hit some kind of goal or something. It's kind of funny. I don't even have any goals set up that I know of. But anyways, let's see. Site reliability engineering books. If you guys aren't into doing the SRE stuff, I think you should be. Also, there's a thing over here on the right. If you guys have never heard about this book, this is a free book online called Solving the Bottom Turtle. And it is about establishing trust in your infrastructure via universal identity, but it is this idea of zero trust over here. So if you're talking about zero trust, I link this to you guys that might want it. Rudy, you use Arch. Very, very clever. You're making your own language? Nice. Nice. Well, we don't judge people around here for what version of Linux they use. You can use any version you want. I mostly have an environment that is, we would say mine is mostly Rocky 9. Right, I'd say right now we're mostly we are mostly we got some our Kali's all cleaned up out of the environment, but we're mostly a Rocky 9.4 shop right now for our Werewolf cluster. But we also have some other Ubuntu like 22.02 I think, or 22.04, something like that. But yeah, we have a fair amount of that kind of stuff going on in our environment. So I tell you guys, you can use any version you want as long as you're getting command line experience. What I do tell you guys you should do is, as you get wanting to move into maybe the corporate world, start focusing on ones that are going to be used out there, which are going to be for sure your any of your RHELs, any of your Rockies are kind of popular in the high performance compute space right now. Ubuntu is surprisingly popular. Probably in 2020, I think, is when the federal government allowed Rocky to be certified, or not Rocky, Ubuntu. So you can actually put Ubuntu into government projects nowadays. So I've never used T2SDE. No, never used that, unfortunately. I'm not a big. You guys will find I don't do a whole lot of coding. You guys will find out I don't do a whole lot of coding. Most of the stuff you'll see me do is automation, which is more declarative inside of Ansible. But I tell you guys all the time, I am not strictly speaking like a coder. I don't sit around and well, I'm not a software engineer. I don't sit around and design programs, right? I mostly make things work better and at big scale. So that's what you guys will find me doing. The cheat sheet. Hold on. Let me show you guys the cheat sheet. Where was that? Yeah, this cheat sheet right here. I got asked about it over on the YouTube side. This comes from, I'll link this to you guys. This is from a talk we did the other day. And what happens is if you go to sans.org, so I'll link you guys the sans.org site. The talk that we were doing was specifically this. We were talking about if your organization doesn't have procedures. So there's policies and there's procedures, right? And then there's also so there's policies, procedures, and then above policies there's standards, right? But as engineers, we don't deal with standards much. That kind of comes down typically by fiat from the organization. But what we do is we need to have things like this. So this right here, this security incident cheat sheet, is for Windows over here on the left and Unix over here on the right. And I tell you guys, like, let's say you've got some junior engineers on your team and you're sitting around, or junior admins, and there was a security incident and they're all like, well, we didn't know what to do. So you go and you distill this down into a procedure. Hey, when you go to check out a server, guys, this is what you do. You check the logs. You see, I do every time I go to a server, literally every time. You guys have probably gotten tired of seeing me do this. I jump on a new server. Never been in Rocky 1 before. I do an uptime and I do a last and pipe it through more. I want to see who's been in the server and I want to see how long the server's been up. There are so many decisions that get made based on these two things if I get called out. So if I get called out in the middle of the night and Rocky 1 isn't working, this is just our lab environment, so maybe not the greatest example. But I see that he's been up for 8 days. Well, I stopped thinking about any of the things that I was gonna go check if a server had just rebooted. If a server just rebooted and let's say the web service was down, well, I'd go check to make sure it was enabled. I'd go check the logs to make sure it didn't fail on startup. I'd go make sure there wasn't a timing incident, like a timing issue on the server coming up, and maybe Nginx tried to get started as a pod before networking was up, and that's gonna break everything, right? that shouldn't even be able to happen because, you know, your kubelet program shouldn't even come up until networking's up. But let's just say, but all kinds of things change depending on how much time's up. And then another one is in here I can tell who's been on the system. I can tell when they logged in. I can see if a reboot was issued. If there was a reboot that was ordered to the system, I can see it. So, and well, this type of server here, I have this is what we call a stateless machine. If I reboot this Rocky machine, he's going to come up clean, and all this stuff's going to be gone. So this is a little bit different. But I mean, in a regular server environment with physical or virtual machines that are in a stateful config, what we sometimes call like a thick server, a thick boy instead of like a thin server or a stateless node. There's a lot of information that can be there. Anyways, the point is, I said all that to point out that this right here, the reason this was up here was this was a cheat sheet, and this was a place, if you have nothing in your organization, guys, you got nothing out there to help you or your junior engineers when the times get bad, well then you need to go start making them. And you don't have to make them from scratch. Here's your incidents. This is an awesome thing to go find out about. What do we do in a DDoS? I don't even think I've ever looked at this one. What's this DDoS one? Here's what you need to do with a DDoS, which is, you know, get a distributed denial of service. So then you get in here and you start. I'll link this to you guys. But this is more rubber meets the road things. What are you doing? You know, what are we actually doing? Whereas like SANS.org also has, if you go to SANS.org, they also have their policy templates. So let's say you're at an IT company and there's no policies at all. So you don't have any encryption policies or acceptable use. I often tell you guys, you know, you talk about acceptable use in an organization. Well, what if you don't make people sign on with an acceptable use policy? And you say, well, hold on a second. If I don't have somebody come on as acceptable use policy when they log into their computer, it's still wrong for them to do certain things. And I say, well, why is it? Why is that? What do you mean? What do you mean something's wrong? Like I was asking this the other day, and I know this is distasteful what I'm about to say, but I'm still going to say it. Because sometimes distasteful things will cause visceral reactions in you, and you'll be like, ooh, what the hell's that? But it will still make you understand the thing more. What if you don't have an acceptable use policy, and one of the people in your office is always watching porn? They're on a work computer, they're doing stuff on another window, but they have an extra screen up and they're just sitting around watching porn. Is that illegal? I mean, is it? It's not, right? It's distasteful to some people, and most people probably. It's distasteful and unacceptable to use in public. But if you didn't make it against the policy of your work system to use pornography, or let's change it up, social media. If you don't make it against the policy, is it wrong for people to do it? And the answer is, well, you're going to have a hard time firing somebody for it. Because, you know, while everybody knows you shouldn't do certain things in public, it doesn't mean that it's against the company policy until you make a policy. And now I hope that makes sense to you. I hope you guys get what I'm saying there. So if your organization doesn't have an acceptable use policy and everybody just logs into computers, you can save yourself a whole bunch of headache now by starting to put an acceptable use policy in most people's, you know, as they log in. Most all of you, I can guarantee you, if you work anywhere where you get on a computer, you log in, and right after your login, there's a little policy disclaimer thing that comes up that says, here's the acceptable use of this system. By the way, I put those on government systems all the time. It's a message of the day inside of the Ansible system, or inside, not Ansible, but inside of these. I probably should put something in here, right? I haven't put anything in our environment, but I could. Watch this here real quick. If I go to the systems here, I have it over here in the lab. Hold on. Let's go. I know I'm moving fast, but let's go look at something. In one of our Ansible labs, we have a message of the day push, and we have dev message of the day. Dev message of the day looks like this. That's fun, right? And I can go take that dev message of the day, And I can go, where are we at here? Werewolf, WCTL. Let's do this real quick. Let's say, let's do, what is it? Exec, right? Huh. Yeah. So here's one of my environments, and I just go to my. Let's do this real quick. Let's do WWCTL container exec, and we'll drop into our one that we're currently using, which is, I believe, this one on most of our nodes. I think that's right. Whoops. Did I spell something wrong here? Oh, I think I have a feeling. Oh, lab. I need lab in there. You guys gotta save me from myself sometimes. All right. VI at CMOTD. Whoops. Let's go grab this message of the day again here, just for fun. Just for fun. No, you don't need the IT. That's actually a good. Typically, if I was doing Podman or something, I would need the IT. That's a good look. But all right, so let's rebuild this, right? So this will rebuild that container, and then I'm gonna rebuild the overlays just for fun. Takes a little bit of time in my environment because I haven't given my werewolf a whole lot of power. My system doesn't have a whole too much. Oh, that's a little off the screen too. Apologize. Let me move that back on the screen a little bit there. That's fine. Should take only a second. Didn't mean to do that. Sorry, guys. Let's see. Where's our stuff? There we go. All right. Let that come up here. And I do need to. I'm going to sync these grades down now that they're right. Then I can close that out. Alright, so it's going to build, then we're going to do a overlay build for all the overlays, which should only take a minute. And then I'm going to reboot one of my machines just to make sure that that dev comes up. And then if that's good, we'll reboot all the machines and then they'll all see it. So let's rebuild our overlays for all of our systems inside of Werewolf. Werewolf's just a cluster management tool that you guys can use. It's a pretty good tool, works well. I think it works well. I've been using it on a lot of government systems that I've been building lately. And all right, so let's come over here. Reboot our Rocky. We'll ping Rocky 1 till Rocky 1 comes back, which means that we can go do other things with our time and just watch that ping go when it comes back finally. And then we'll go from there. So we'll see how this runs. How's everybody's Christmas going? We're Christmas Eve, right? Anybody doing family stuff today? I do. So I do the wife's side of the family tonight, Christmas Eve. And then tomorrow on Christmas Day, I have a bunch of friends that I get together with. We have been friends. One of the guys that'll be there, I've known since 3rd grade. The other guys I've known since 7th grade. So we've been like friends for many, many years. Yeah, Merry Christmas, Daniel, over on YouTube. Yeah. So we do a big get together with, I mean, these are guys literally I've known them for, what's 7th grade? You're probably around, 13 or so? So I've known these guys 30 years. So, and then my friend Sam I've known probably about 35 years. So yeah, wild, right? It was a long time. So we get together on Christmas and we do I don't know if this just is the trope. Like, I don't know if it's because of the, what's the Christmas movie? with the kid, where the Santa tells him you shoot your eye out. Is that a Christmas something? Anyways, and the dad gets the major award. But anyways, that movie, if you remember, when everything's all messed up, they go out at the end and they go to a Chinese place, right? Christmas Story. That's exactly right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. They go to a Chinese place. Well, so we get Chinese food on Christmas Day. Me and all my friends. Home Alone. Home Alone's great. But no. Hey, Fisherman, how's it going? I was mentioning you earlier, Fisherman. We were talking about people joining the Linux group, but not necessarily to do, like Linux is great, but I was saying how they could hang out with, you're over there doing AI for cloud companies, and if they want to talk to people about, man, just all kinds of different areas, like we could call, like, Linux could be like the class, it's like your warrior, and then you have all these subclasses. Like, some people want to be warriors and they want to be barbarians, and some people want to be warriors and they want to be whatever. Some of you guys know I enjoy gaming. I also enjoy tabletop gaming. So, anyways, but the point is, you can do all of these other things. You don't just have to be a Linux engineer. Yeah, you can be a battle mage. Yeah, there's mages that specialize in casting long channel spells, and they're terrible in battle because they get their throats cut while they try to set up for their spell. And then there's battle mages who can do stuff on the fly. Yeah, that's exactly the same idea. Well, my point in saying all that was, you join a Linux group, and some people are doing security, and some people are over, like Fisherman, doing AI and looking at advancing those kind of things. All right, guys, our Rocky server's back up. He's back up. Took a little while. In fact, it took a little over 3 minutes, because every one of those is 1 second if we care. Now, he's responding to ping, so let's see if we can SSH in. And look, now we've got his little dev message of the day. And we can go modify that dev message of the day to any of these different things. So one of the things I'm actually going to be doing for you guys, we're doing the very last of our professional Linux users group meetings this week. And what I'm going to do is I've got a few of the prologue, like the senior, what we call the engineers. And we're going to do incident response. And I'm going to have you guys drop into these other windows. So you guys are going to be able to drop down into, we'll be up here in the conferences, and we'll have some different one-on-one channels. And I'm going to have you guys go in there, and there's going to be 2 versions of the incident paper. One is going to be the one that for lack of a better term, let's call them my mods. They're going to be like my whatever. They're going to hop in that call with you, and you're going to jump into the system here, right? Because we can remotely access this. Everybody can jump into these servers. And you're going to troubleshoot through one of 3, maybe 4 different problems I put together. So then when you're done, you're just going to reboot the incident, and then I'm just going, or the node, and then I'm going to send a new person in, so you guys can work through these things. Yeah, Christmas Story, 1983. Yep, old school. I was only 2, long time ago. Yeah. The wife makes me watch that. She doesn't make me watch that every year. That's one we've watched that a few times over the years. The movies me and the wife watch every Christmas are these. These are the movies, if anybody wants to know. Put them over here. Every year. These are the Christmas movies the wife and I watch every year. We watch Die Hard. We always watch Klaus. She's a big fan of Klaus. We tend to watch Elf. I've seen Elf a few times, but we tend to watch that one. And then, the Hallmark Channel. We don't watch the Hallmark Channel one too much, but sometimes we watch Just Friends. We'll say every couple years. We don't go out of our way to watch these other ones, but we always watch Die Hard every year. Hans Gruber falling off of the Nakatomi Tower is it. Klaus is just a classic. Fisherman, I've been telling people Red 1 was pretty good. I told everybody, if you like Krampus, Krampus makes that movie for me. We'll probably add that to the... I thought that was a really well done movie. We watched that in theaters, and then like the next week it was on Amazon. I was like, oh, that's fun. What other ones do me and the wife watch every year? There's a few other ones. Hold on. We always watch that. We always watch that. We have other movies we watch every year for other reasons. One is Groundhog Day. Got to watch Groundhog Day every chance you get. Yeah, Fisherman. I think rock movies are fine. People get mad, but it's like, look, you went to the movie to be entertained. The guy's entertaining. Whether you like him for whatever reason or not, like, it's like also people are like, oh, I don't like The Rock, and it's like, yeah, because you're new to him. Some of us saw him, like, I didn't really watch wrestling when I was younger, but a lot of my friends did, so I watched it kind of by proxy, and he was what we call a heel. And most of you guys probably don't know what a heel is. Well, most of you probably do know what a heel is, you just don't know what it is until I explain it to you. A heel is like that asshole that's just an asshole for no reason. And you're like, man, I have one of those in my everyday life. And you're like, yeah, your friend is a heel. And by the way, if you don't know any heels, you're probably the heel. But anyways, the point is, a heel is a character in wrestling who his whole job is just to be there to piss you off. But the reason they do that is because people like drama. And if you tell me people don't like drama, I'll say, well, there's like, Guiding Light and all these other General Hospital that have been running 80 years on daytime TV. I guarantee you people just thrive on drama. All the most popular streamers, all they do is piss you off. They just piss you off and get you thinking about, like, they do controversial stuff. That's what all the most popular streamers on all these channels do. That's all they do. Yeah, you know what you're getting with The Rock. It's going to be pretty flat. It's not going to be super in-depth. You're not going to love the characters. You're probably just going to watch people getting their asses kicked, which is, that's what you get. Yeah. I agree, Fisherman. By the way, Fisherman, are you getting all ready with the kids? You guys doing anything? I was saying earlier, we do Christmas Eve with the family, with the wife's family. We do Christmas Day with a bunch of old friends of mine. Well, like Christmas Day, Christmas night. And we do, that was why we were talking about A Christmas Story, is we do like Oriental, we do Chinese food that night. And then me and my brothers are all getting together, because some of you guys know I have 4 brothers. And we have, quite a few nieces and nephews running around between all of us. And we all are getting together on the 5th. So, yeah, Fisherman, I'm working right now too. I'm cleaning up the last of my college stuff. I'm doing some work for my company Redline, so I'm cleaning up some environment stuff. I'm actually doing a lot of security stuff right now around STIGs. So some of you guys have been around and seen how the STIG works, For family later tonight, still work. Okay. Oh, the wife's still working too. Okay. My wife is off. My wife works for a school district, so she gets Thanksgiving that whole week off. She gets Christmas the whole week off. And then she's one of the people that does work over the summer, though, so she's not a teacher. She works for the help desk, but she does work all summer. But I think in summer they get like 2 weeks unpaid off. There's like a forced furlough, which is like, she doesn't care. She just wants time off. I think my wife ends up getting somewhere around like 15 weeks a year off. It's wild. It's wild how much like a state employee, because, if you work for a school district, you're typically a state employee. It's wild how much time she gets off work. Plus, she retires in 5 years, which is crazy, because she'll only be 50. I'm not supposed to say, but she'll be like 53 when she retires. Yeah, which is pretty early to retire with a full little thing. Of course, fun fact: my wife doesn't have to work; she just does. Because why would you give up a full retirement just because you married me? She doesn't have to work; she just does to do it. All right. I'm talking too much. I got to do some work. If you guys have any questions, let me know. We're mostly just hanging out. I just updated one of our nodes in the dev cluster part of Rocky Linux. People that need access to it, you can go in and find the Prolog syllabus, and it tells you how to get access to our servers. So we have servers you guys can use, especially if you're part of the Linux Systems Administration course. They're all Rocky 9.4, and I'm working on making some of the lab environments a little better. Actually, speaking of that, Fisherman, have you used this? I don't know if you're still around. Have you used... One of the guys told me about this the other day. and they said that this run pod is like a really, I guess you wouldn't because of who you work for. You've got your own AI workloads to work in, but I was told on a stream the other day that a lot of like the hobbyist AI people are using stuff like this because you can get a GPU workload and you can do it pretty cheap. Because obviously you're paying per hour or per, minute of usage against whatever you're running, but you can just run it against like a pod. So I don't know if you had heard about any of this, Fisherman. Oh, you might not be around. You might still be working on other stuff. But my point in saying this is they've got some pretty decent looking prices for some of these things. And obviously, guys, like, it depends what you're doing. But like, let's say you were, building out your own little workloads of some type and they had to run for like 4 hours. It would make more sense to go buy one of these, go spend 12 or 13 bucks on your workload, and even less as you're just testing it and having it fail and that kind of stuff. But it would make more sense to do that than to buy a whole big, shoot, I was looking at some of these things that I could build out for the home lab, and, I could spend many, many thousands of dollars on that kind of stuff. I saw that NVIDIA Jetson Nano thing, yeah. I did see that, and I thought that was kind of an interesting little thing. The thing that was worrying me, Fisherman, as I was looking at this, is I was like seeing, okay, this is $219, and then this is, $2,000, and I'm like, which one of these are just the development kits without the device, and how many of them are the device? Because sometimes people be like, hey, this is a development kit for $408, but it's not the device. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, no, you need to get the whole device. You need to get the whole thing, because I know this because I do Raspberry Pis a lot. Yeah, the new one's supposed to be the full thing for like $250. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so because I saw this with Raspberry Pis a lot. Like, I have 13 or 14 Raspberry Pis just sitting around my house doing different stuff, and I saw people, I would see people buy the kits on Amazon. Like, you'd see and they're like, well, this is just the kit, this isn't the Pi. And you're like, yeah, well, the Pi is $35 or whatever off on the side, but people would buy like these $80 kits and they don't come with a Raspberry Pi. So I think this is one of these things where they just need to make sure that it's really clear whatever you're looking at, are you actually getting the device, that kind of stuff. But it is interesting for just like little local workloads type stuff. So, yeah, maybe. 250 is definitely not bad for getting into running your own little stuff. Like I want to have one of my plans in the environment, Fisherman, since you're around, is what I want to do is, you jump into all of these machines, right? So we've got all of these, environments that you jump into, and then what I want to have is, the same idea of like troubleshooting or labs like we normally do, but then you could have like a little helper that you could ask questions to, and that would just be a wrapper to an API to go back to one of these. There's a bunch of little Olama, or I guess they're just called Llama. I was looking at the different ones that you could run, and one or two of them are focused on code, right? And Bash technically is code, in case you guys don't know that. And I was going to test some of them for like how well they answered operating system questions for people, because then people could go in there and they could do questions and they could kind of have it like a little tutor. And I thought that would be kind of a cool little thing to run, but I would have to run something locally for that part of it, or I would have to offload it to the cloud in some way, because I think Fisherman probably knows this better than anybody running some of the stuff. My hardware isn't really, this stuff ain't going to cut it. This will run servers all day, but AI workloads, not going to cut it on my hardware. So I would have to run something little and offload it, which I don't think would be that big of a deal if it was just people asking questions and, hitting an open, what's it called, just an open API sitting out there. I don't think that would be that big of a deal. New Jetson Nanos are only like 8 gig. Fair enough. Yeah, I was looking at some of them, and I have to. I haven't done this in my head. Typically, I have to go and think about things for a little bit. Where I map out like how big the set is versus like how much memory. I haven't used this. I haven't been in the AI space enough for that. Most of you guys that have been around know that what I do is more of like I more like pave the roads and build all the stuff that people then do their workloads on top of. And I'm much more of like everything's stable, everything's the same. I'm very big on making everything the same. And then people come along after and they test for the speed and that kind of stuff. FastCon, you're training a Bob Belcher TTS with the Piper right now. Nice. When I hear Bob Belcher, I'm thinking I know who that is. It's exactly who I thought it was. Okay, good. Wanted to make sure I wasn't laughing when you were talking about somebody serious. I was pretty sure I knew who Bob Belcher was, but anyways, so this is what we're doing, guys. We're not working too hard. We're talking about things, and I'm kind of working on another screen. And Aiden said, using Python, how should I verify business rules for each member, age, member type? Should I create several membership types? That's not very much what I do, Aiden. I was telling this earlier, I'm not a software engineer. I can code my way out of a wet paper bag, but not a dry one. So a lot of the times when I show you guys this stuff, it's I am focused on the systems, like the lower level systems, and troubleshooting them and getting them all the same and building them out the same way. Much more of that than I am monitoring the systems, that kind of stuff. I do that much more than any kind of like actual coding, if that kind of makes sense. I think I could have had a career over as a software engineer if I wanted. I mean, I know plenty of them. They're always showing me stuff, and I'm like, oh, that's cool. It's just not. It doesn't. As engineers, we talk about like scratching your own itch. It just never scratched my itch. I never wanted to. Like, I'll do it. It's just like networking. I'll do it, but the whole time I'm like, I'm just doing this because I have to, not because I actually want to do that stuff, right? So, but if you guys have any questions about network, yeah, Fisherman, that's exactly. Every time you describe the networking stuff and the networking study, that's what I think. Yeah, just let me ping. I agree. But if you guys have any questions, that's all that stuff that's spinning on the top left there, on the left side of the screen. That's all stuff that we had talked about the other day, and I've just been kind of adding to it. So if you have any questions about some of that and what we were talking about, let me know. Also, I don't like to brave the crowds of like the morning of Christmas Eve, but I can tell you this, my wife and her friend always meet up right on Christmas Eve. They go to a place out here in northern Glendale where I live, and they have breakfast, and it's packed. This place is packed all the time, but it's really packed on days like this. And I'm not going to go deal with that kind of packedness, but her and her friend like to, because it's her friend's birthday, so she always buys her friend dinner or breakfast or whatever. But the reason that's so good for me is I can just sit here at home, and the wife is going to bring me a biscuits and gravy and some scrambled eggs. So that's kind of cool. I didn't even have to do anything for that. Oh, and I got a messenger and toast. And toast. All right. Fisherman said, I'm actually working to set up a hybrid cloud environment, so a local lab, so I can do some network architecture stuff. We'll probably stream it, but also make some YouTube vids. Nice, Fisherman. Are you going to use like GNS3 and do some fake lab stuff, or are you going to do some real lab? Are you going to do like some real networking devices, or are you going to do just... Oh, it's going to be a real lab. Okay, nice. That is... Proxmox backup. Yeah, if you guys don't follow... Where's one of my mods at? Hold on. No mods. I don't think he can shout himself out. There we go. Give a shout out to Fisherman over on the Twitch side. Alex said we never take holidays. Yeah, fair enough. Wait, Cybershell, you said you watched The Grinch with the wife. You know what? We never got into watching The Grinch. I'm trying to think of other ones. I know me and the wife have other ones we watch every year. Well, I'm trying to think if they're actually Christmas related. Net DevOps, Alex. I don't know. I don't have a good. I mean, like, I'll just start with this, Alex. I started doing Cisco back in 2000. Yeah, that's the year 2000. I got my CCNA in 2002 when I was still in the Army. And, like, I never loved networking. I got out and I did, you know, networking for a few years. I did a lot of, I moved up and I was doing firewalls and wireless. And while it sounds really interesting, like on the outside, people are like, man, you did firewalls or you did web application firewalls. Like later in my career, I did web app. And it's just, it sounds way cooler on the outside, guys, than it is on the inside. Like I just didn't love networking. And one of the things I didn't love about networking, which I know a lot of people are going to be like, there's no way, is I didn't have problems in networking. I just did stuff and it always worked. And I was like, huh, all right, well, I guess I don't really have anything to do for the next 2 weeks until my next change. And people probably like, oh, that sounds like a cop-out. Like, that sounds like whatever. And I'm like, it didn't challenge me like systems engineering does. Systems engineering, I know I'm going to have a different problem literally every day when I walk in on my thousands of servers. Well, tens of thousands right now that I'm running and maintaining and stuff. So I know I'm always going to have a lot of stuff going on. And that's more my pace. Even though it's funny, I do like to be lazy. So there was a question on YouTube about XCP-NG or Proxmox. I run XCP-NG in my home lab, but I have never recommended it to others. I think it's a great tool, and I think it was great for when I built it, and I keep just spackling stuff on it. But if people come to me and say I want to do new things, I tell them to do Proxmox. There's a few reasons I do that. One, Proxmox is much more supported. That's probably number one. Two, if you go ask in our Discord for help, I could name right now 15 people running Proxmox. And one of them's on our Twitch side right now. And like, these are just people who they've been through the problems. I remember just a few weeks ago, like 3 or 4 people were troubleshooting with each other and building out one of the dude's labs. And it's like, there's just a lot more like knowledge in our Prolug space if you were to go in there and ask about Proxmox. If you were to go in there and ask about XCP-NG, you'd basically just tag me first because I'm the only one that runs it or knows it at all. But like the stuff that I do in XCP-NG isn't even well supported anymore. So like I show you guys this sometimes, right? We go jump over here and we go to like my root Ansible and then in here like my playbooks. If we go into like even my werewolf nodes deploy, right? And we look at my lab deployer. I want to show you guys something. This is going to be messy. But in my lab deployer, like there's like 2 modules, Zen Server Guest and like Zen Server, I think it's called like Power. Those are the only 2 modules for Ansible that interact with XCP-NG. So like when I go to deploy nodes and do all of the different stuff that I do, I'm basically being, and I use this term correctly here, I basically am being hacky about putting in my nodes that I want to build out to like a tool that's not really well supported or well built anymore. Yeah. And VMware, I mean, I don't even know. They're probably going to start charging personal use with all the stuff that's been going on with Broadcom. Also, I've seen more people, like more organizations jumping out of VMware. I think so. What Broadcom did was, some of you guys know, they bought VMware, and they immediately changed the pricing strategy to between 4 and 10 times as much for most companies. And there has been like this exodus. Now it takes a long time, guys. It takes years to get off of a certain thing when it's been entrenched that much. But VMware has solidly controlled the industry. Like if we're talking like enterprise, right? Like if we're talking enterprise level stuff, VMware has solidly controlled this industry for 15 years. They have been the absolute standard for a hypervisor. Even Microsoft tried to break in with like their Hyper-V, and it's like, oh, okay, yeah, no, they get pat on the head and it's cute. I don't know hardly anybody running Hyper-V professionally. There's some organizations, but my point is ESXi from VMware was the king. And this Broadcom thing really like probably shook that more than anybody's ever seen. Anyways, there was a question: book recommendations for engineering. I have a couple of book recommendations. If you were like, hey, Scott, I want to understand this zero trust concept, I would tell you to go to this book, which is the Solving the Bottom Turtle, which one of our, it's just a way to look at zero trust. And if you told me, hey, Scott, I don't even know what zero trust is, they start you off on that. That's good. And then the other book recommendation I have would be, it's a little bright, but where is it? Where is he at? Right here. If you tell me, hey, Scott, I just want to be generally better at being an engineer and a systems person, I would tell you to go spend time with these books, which are the Google SRE books. These are free. They are free, and they will get you to a level of understanding, at least, on why system availability is as important as it is. If you're on the operations side of a company, meaning, so the goal of the operations side of the company is to keep all of the production, customer-facing stuff working. That's the goal. Uptime. Uptime of the system, uptime of the availability of the system to perform in the way it's supposed to, and then right behind uptime is a component of availability, obviously, is the confidentiality and integrity, right? So like security and operational are they're like sister concepts. They're directly related to each other. But my point in saying that is those Google books will get you a good start if obviously if you're not going directly to college and you're going to go spend 4 years in a CIS or a cybersecurity type degree. Those are the things that will get you there. And I tell you guys all the time, I don't think you need a degree. I don't think you need a degree to do this stuff. It'll help. It's a positive differentiator on a resume. But I don't think you actually need one. Like if I did a poll down in our Discord of like who here is, if I said who here is like senior and who here also has a college degree, I'd be willing to bet that's probably split. Probably less than 50% of them have like degrees. Now if I said advanced degrees like masters or doctorates, I'd be willing to bet that number drops under 10%. And the reason I say that isn't to like shame anybody. I'm just saying I don't think you need the degree to get in this field. I think you just need to start working in the field. Hey, Deplorbius Rex, how's it going? Hopefully this stuff's useful to you. We're just kind of hanging out today. We're not working super hard. Like we're not really building anything or kind of going too deep on anything. We're just kind of hanging out. I'm trying to think. We just watched another movie, me and the wife, for Christmas. What did we watch that was pretty okay? We did like Red One though. I thought that was really good. I thought they did a really good job at it. Anyways, let's put that way. And I loved Krampus. I thought Krampus like made that movie. If it had just been an okay movie, Krampus would have pushed it up pretty high up because he's a great character. He's got some great twists and turns and fun stuff. So. Fisherman, what's funny about that is last year my buddy Jared, or was it last year? No, it was earlier this year. He had all of his kids. He said he couldn't walk from any room to his house without hearing me talking on one of the streams because his kids were all watching me. Cybershell Tech on YouTube said, "What made you start Prolog? What do I teach? Am I getting a PhD or master's? And why did I pursue that?" Okay, so started Prolog a little over 10 years ago to get people. Our stated goal of this group. This is a question, guys, over on YouTube. So the stated goal of our group is to take people from being hobbyists and show them that they can be professionals in this space, right? So you can go from just being a hobbyist playing around in Linux to being like an operational administrator to eventually moving over and being an engineer. And I really do think anybody can do it. Now, there's some things you got to think differently about, and there's some things you got to learn, and that's what we talk about down in the Discord a lot. So that's what made me start Prolog. The other thing that made me start Prolog is something I learned from wrestling. I've been wrestling for about 21 years. I do a sport called Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. And one of the things about that is I realized early on from coaching kids that if you want to stay sharp at this stuff, if you want to stay good, you have to like keep showing it and teaching others. And I learned that too with tech. Like if you don't stay on top of this stuff, you're gonna fall behind. So that's another reason I show this stuff or teach or started the group rather is to like keep myself sharp. So there is some selfish parts to it. What do I teach at the college level? I've been teaching for 16 years. I've been teaching networking, systems engineering, Linux, heavily Linux, and some cloud topics. I do a fair amount of cloud type stuff for my college as well, because I have a whole bunch of certs in AWS, and I have, well, just one cert in Azure, but I feel like all this stuff just kind of melds together after a while anyways. But that's what I teach. I teach all the way up through bachelor's level. I'm working on my PhD right now. It's actually funny. I might be moving colleges because of, well, we won't go into that too much, but I might be moving colleges to pursue something more specifically towards my end goals. I feel like sometimes you got to start something to really figure out what you want to do. And I kind of have things kind of moved around. Yeah. Well, CyberShell, on a more personal note, I have a personal motto that's like a life motto, which is learn something, master it, and then teach it to others. So I've had that goal for a long time. That's like a life thing. I think that's even in my bio. Like if you look up my bio online, which I'm pretty sure there is one somewhere, but that's my goal, is to learn something, master it, and teach it to others. So, and then what made me pursue it? Well, I mean, here's the thing. In a lot of spaces, I think in engineering, one of my favorite things about being a Linux engineer is when you work with other Linux engineers, and like when we sit around and work on stuff, your capabilities are the only thing that matter. Doesn't matter that you've been doing it for 20 years. Doesn't matter that you have a college degree. It just matters, can you get your hands on the keyboard, and can you make this thing work? Can you wrestle this thing down to work the way you want it to do? Right, back to wrestling, right? Can I make this thing submit to the things I want it to do, right? That's my goal in the systems world. Doesn't matter how smart I am. I tell people all the time, it doesn't matter if you're the smartest guy in the room. I'm not the smartest guy in the room. I've worked with brilliant engineers. I'm okay, average at that kind of stuff. But what I can do and what I can be really good at and have been good at my career is building stuff. I've always been very good at building stuff. So I'll be over here building stuff while people are sitting over there comparing who's the smartest guy in the room. Anyways, yeah, then the other question was, why did I decide to pursue it? Well, so for me, the college degree is just one last little check box. You got to have a doctorate. Like if I ever want to stop being an engineer during the day and just like full-time work for my college, which is DeVry, I would have to probably have at least a PhD. That's just kind of like a thing in the field or whatever. And then CyberShell said, is there a roadmap to Prolog to do Linux and pivot to cybersecurity? I wouldn't say we have that, but if you go on our Discord, we do have, like, we have a beginner start here section, which shows people some stuff to go watch if they want to. There's a bunch of free certifications out there that you guys can get. And then we have our Linux Systems Administration course that we're currently going through. That is down in the Prolog projects. And when you go down into Prolog projects, there's just a massive amount of work for people that want to get into doing this, right? There's, I'm even further back. In Prolog projects, you know, we start out with, we've got all these threads and all these discussions and all these labs to go work through. And these all mirror the recordings for the 16 weeks. We are actually in the 15th week now, and the 16th week starts on the 28th. So we've got a course going right now that's completely free in our Discord, and we've gone through all of these topics so far, right? And I think the people that have been following along probably are like, wow, I learned a lot because I spent a lot of time. Hey, Augustus, how's it going over on the Twitch side? Yeah, so CyberShell, I wouldn't say that necessarily I have a roadmap to pivot to cybersecurity. I just tell people, you know, as you're doing operations, you got to kind of build security into everything. So that's kind of my thoughts on that. And I think the more that you learn this stuff, I think the more it makes security easy. A lot of people want to get into security first and then learn the fundamentals after. But I do tell you guys, like, I think learning the fundamentals is the most important thing. Like, if I can't get, when I used to coach the high school students, if I can't get you to step right on, like, your penetration step for, like, a single or a double leg shot, this is wrestling talk for a second, I can't do anything else if I can't get your penetration step right. And you say, what the hell's a penetration step? Penetration step is your first step where you want to at least break their toe lines as you step in to, you know, shoot for a double or single or whatever kind of takedown you want. And it's the same thing in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. If I can't get you to get your grips, there's nothing else to talk about if you're not going to hold on to somebody. And they're like, well, then, what about this and this and this? And it's like, well, there's nothing else to talk about if you're not going to do the first part, right? And this is kind of like the concept of this. Like, I want you guys to understand, how Linux works, because once you get down in the command line, I mean, any of you guys that do want to go jump, I know you're not saying this, Cyber Shell, but, people want to jump right into security. Do you know what the first thing everybody tells you to do is go download Kali Linux? Boom, now you're back in Linux. Right? So it's like you got to learn the Linux anyways. So anyways, I learn a lot from teaching others. I learn a lot of minutia, and one thing too about teaching people or talking about stuff like this is I have a perspective that's born out of 20 something years of doing this. I'm not saying it's right. What I'm saying is I can't look at things a different way without a tremendous amount of effort. But when I'm working with other people who are like newer, or people who have been doing this for the same amount of time as me, they'll be like, why don't you do it that way? And I'm like, oh, shoot, I didn't even think about that. And then it's the easier way to do it. So anyways, there's that. Yeah. Cybershell, I think this is, important work, because, there's a lot of engineering out there to do. And I tell you guys, you don't need much to start this stuff. You don't need much to get into this. For people that want to start getting into hands-on, and you don't have anywhere else to start, you're like, hey, I'm running a Windows machine, and I literally can't get into Linux because I can't dual boot, which, by the way, we don't dual boot anymore, but I can't even run a virtual machine. You go into this site, Killer Coda, which is free, and Killer Coda is by far my favorite thing on the web. Here's a guy named Scott that'll teach you some Ansible, right? And you drop down into here and you say, okay, I don't know how Ansible works. I'm going to go click on this. And it drops you into a shell for free. It's an Ubuntu shell. But maybe I wanted to learn some Ansible, but I didn't have any money to do anything. I just have this one little web browser I'm watching on. You can even do this on your phone, guys. And it'll start you. Your teams decide they need a tool called Ansible, and this will walk you through, and you'll be like, okay, I don't know what that app is, but it looks like it's installing something. I don't know that it's going out to a repo and pulling all this stuff down. I don't know any of that yet, but I can see it run. And then I can run this Ansible version command, and I can see what that does. And I tell you guys all the time, like, I think this is the best way to learn things, is to just walk through them and kind of hold them in your hand and start to do what, engineers have been saying for 40 years, grokking a thing, which is to understand a thing. Not to be mistaken with like a new AI thing that's only been around for 12 minutes, right? There's stuff that's going on here. So anyways, my point is you could drop in a shell and just be doing Linux or Ansible right now. Also, in case you have any questions on any of the Ansible stuff, I'm that guy, Scott. So if you're in that Killer Coda environment, you're like, oh, curse this guy. How am I ever going to learn this stuff? You can jump in the Discord and talk to me anytime you want. No, not anytime. I mean, obviously I got some family stuff to do tonight, but in general, I think most of you guys probably think I have an unhealthy obsession with Discord. Anyways, I'm kidding, but can't ever have enough Discord. Security policy templates, we were talking about that earlier. All right. Acceptable use policy, make sure you understand your policies and your organization, that kind of stuff. All right. But other than that, yeah, we're just hanging out. We're not working too hard. I'm kind of co-working. The wife should be bringing me food here in a little bit, and so I'm going to munch on some... what is she bringing me? She's going to bring me a biscuits and gravy and some eggs from the place that she's at. It's actually funny. The place she's at is called The Place. But it's a super, super packed place, and I would never go there on a Christmas Eve morning. I would never go over there. I'm sure it's like an hour wait to even sit. But her and her friend, it's her friend's birthday, so she goes and she buys her breakfast on Christmas Eve. So I think that's a nice little thing to do. Go hang out with your friends. It's good to spend time with people, right? Good to spend time. We even have, let's see, we have some hangouts coming up here in the in our Discord. We have, let's see, we got the Linux Systems Administration course. We're going to have our last real meeting on the 28th here. And then we've got a Prolog New Year event, which we'll do on the 4th, just so that it's not really affecting anybody's New Year. But that's free. You can come hang out. I'm trying to get speakers to come and get some technical speakers to come out and talk to you guys and probably do some kind of awards and stuff, but I don't know what that's going to look like yet. And then Michael Pessa is going to come on January 11th and talk to you guys about Kubernetes in the enterprise. And his last talk was a few weeks ago, and people really enjoyed that. He came out and talked. He focused on Ansible this last time, and then this time he's going to talk about Kubernetes, both out in the enterprise, things that he's done, and he's worked for some pretty big companies doing Kubernetes, and then also in his home lab environment. So he'll show you. He was showing the other day. In fact, he might have left the slides. Did he? Let's see. I think he might have left the slides for everybody up in presentations. Let me see. I don't know if he did. Oh, yeah. So people were asking about this. Can I download this? Hold on. Let me see. That's mine from the other day. Yeah, so this was from Pessa, and he was showing you guys some of the provisioning and then operations and where Ansible can work. And he showed this, and people had a lot of questions about how he does his Kubernetes. And that's what he's actually going to be talking about this next time he comes out. So when he comes out, so he was, this might look like a pretty lean little presentation, but he did a lot of hands-on for people. He was actually down in his lab showing how this all worked. But he's going to build this up for you guys in this next presentation. So if you're like, hey, where would I use Kubernetes and how would I stand it up and all that kind of stuff, that's what he's going to be doing at this next talk. Also, there's his other information there. This was from when my brother John came and talked about Kubernetes and containerization. So a lot of people put their presentations up for you guys. PDF from Fisherman Guybro when he did his last presentation. We had a lot of presentations in August. And a bunch of them were recorded and are up on our YouTube as well. Pessa's is up there and Fisherman's is up there, but there's his presentation as well. So, man, you got a lot of stuff. If you were starting out now and hanging out down there, you'd have a lot of stuff to go work through and talk about. Also, you can ask any of those people questions. They're in the Discord, and they're pretty open to answering stuff. So, feel free to do that. Discord doesn't cost anything either. It's free. It's only because I don't know how to charge you for Discord. I'm just kidding. I don't know. There are ways to charge people for Discord. I just never thought. I don't want our Discord like that. I want us just to hang out and do whatever we're doing. So hang out. Don't have to worry about paying money. You don't have to pay money to friends, right? You don't have to pay money to kick it. Seems a little weird. Although Twitch does charge you to not see ads, and I can't help that, guys. Man, because I don't know if you guys know this. I was talking about this the other day. If you've never run a stream, you might not know this, but on the Twitch side of things, if you don't run ads, if you say, okay, I'm not going to run ads, you get this diabolical thing called pre-roll ads. And if you guys don't know what pre-roll ads are, it's this. When you first jump into a channel, you get like 3 minutes of ads. And that's like one of the worst things I've ever seen. Because I've never had 3 minutes of ads in my face and stayed somewhere ever. Yeah, there are, but yeah, for you guys, look, on your side of things, there's a way to get rid of ads. Sure, Linux developer, that's 100% true. I can't talk to any of those things as a responsible streamer who doesn't want to get kicked off the platform. But there are definitely ways to do that stuff for sure. I'm sure some people talk about that. I don't engage in that kind of stuff. But yeah, nor can you share them for sure. But there are ways. Yeah. Well, I tell people all the time, like I show people how to pick locks. Do I care what you're going to do with that knowledge? No. I think picking locks is a kind of essential skill, right? I think, and I think as a person that does engineering, like picking locks and picking at things and understanding how things work is important. So I show people how to pick locks. Now, is that in itself illegal? Absolutely not. But if you pick somebody else's lock that's not your own, and then you go in and steal shit from them, yeah, that is kind of illegal, right? So, like, I don't think the knowledge itself is the problem, if that kind of makes sense. But maybe I'm just I'm probably a little more cynical. I hear that the Gov is saying to use Signal. No, but as a guy who's worked in enough government projects, I tell people, like, cryptography is considered a munition. I don't know if you guys know that. You can go look that up. What I just said there, that strange little sentence. Cryptography is considered a munition. And if that doesn't make sense to you, somebody go look it up. It is definitely, it's real. You can't export cryptography from the U.S. if you're a U.S. citizen. I tell people all the time, like if you get into, like, let's say you were buying Cisco devices and you were selling them to Mexico through like, and you were shipping them there through like, something like, what's that third-party site everybody uses? eBay. Yeah, you use like eBay. I've bought one thing on eBay ever, and it was terrible, so I don't use it. But people use it, and did you know that immediately you're breaking international law for most of you? Because you don't have the export license for those munitions. And you say, wait, munitions? Yes. Cryptography is a munition in the U.S. government. You can go look that up. I'm 100% sure of that. Don't pass go. Don't, I'm not... I don't have to phone a friend or anything. I'm 100% positive of that. In fact, if most of you, I've known hundreds of people over the years, hundreds of people with their PhDs in mathematics from different engineers I've worked with, and every single one of them has been approached by the U.S. government when they start working with advanced math because you cannot export it. Weapons are Yeah. But please look that up. But where I'm going with that is there's no cryptography in the U.S. that the U.S. government doesn't have some kind of control over. Yeah. Well, I'm positive it's true because I know what I can or can't do legally. So I knew that it was true when I said it. But yeah, it's good if you go look it up and validate it for sure. Yeah. You don't have... Now, see, here's the thing. You say, well, how is Cisco allowed to sell it? Cisco has the ability to export it. They have the license. You don't. You don't as an American citizen. If you're an American, I mean, if you're anywhere else, I can't tell you your laws. And I'm not trying to give legal advice. I'm just going to tell you I know 100% for sure that's illegal. So you're like, yeah, just boxing it up and shipping it to another country, illegal. 100%. It's against international law. Well, U.S. Yeah. Anyway, so international, I guess, but it is U.S. intranational, I guess. But yeah, it's definitely against our laws here. All right, where are we at? We're doing some stuff. We're not working too hard. Yeah. Deploy base. I'm very heavily on like the make everything like put all the knowledge out there and let it fall where it falls. But you never know. Chickode over on YouTube said early Merry Christmas. Yeah, it's Christmas Eve, so hopefully you guys are only hanging out with me until you can go hang out with family. I'm only hanging out with you until I can be called done for the day, and then me and the wife are going to head over to see some of the family. And we do, what I was saying earlier, we do the wife's family tonight, hang out with the wife's family, and then we do my good friends that I've known since like third grade. Some of my friends I've known since third grade. The other group is from about seventh grade, but I've known all of them from very young. And we all get together on Christmas Day. And then me and my brothers are all getting together on the 4th of January. So it'll be a little after. But we'll get all the kids together and hang out and, I don't know, do something fun for the kids. Ranger check. You guys want to see Ranger? Where's Ranger at? I think Ranger is... Hold on a second. Ranger's on his other bed. And here's his tree. This set of lights, and this set of lights have gone out since we put his tree up. When we first put his tree up, all of these lights were working. You also notice he's got his little Linux penguin back there. His Linux penguin's actually, it lights up 12 hours of the day, so at night it lights up for him, so he's got a little night light. But yeah, Ranger's over here on his bed. He's not sitting where you guys can see him. So there's your Ranger check. I also made that a little more expensive than it used to be, but yeah, there's Ranger right over there. I used to call for him when he was a little bit younger a few years back. I used to call for him and you'd see him pick his head up. But yeah, this little penguin's pretty fun. My wife normally puts it outside, but she was like, this year I'll put it on so when you have Ranger Cam on, you can see it. Plus you can see all the stockings right here. All right, over on YouTube, Alex said, I am good in Linux and would like to get official recognition for system engineering or DevOps jobs. Would you advise on an RHCSA? I think RHCSA is great. I think it's probably the best of the Linux type certifications as far as, RHCSA and then RHCE. Those probably look the best on a resume. But if somebody wasn't going to go spend the money, and if they weren't going to take the time to do that, the next best thing I would say to do is get involved with building projects. Just start building out projects, prove that you can do this stuff, get yourself a little portfolio together, put it on your resume that you know how to talk about, you know how to build out this, or you know how to build out this kind of stuff, because I think that you guys can do that. Manuel said, what kind of camera do you use to monitor Ranger? I'm looking for an affordable LAN-only webcam that doesn't require internet access. Yeah, so this is a very cheap old, I want to say it's like a little Netgear that I got off of Woot. If you guys know what Woot is. I think I got it off of Woot maybe fucking 8 years ago. It's old. I'm pretty sure, maybe it's even D-Link. Hold on real quick. Let's go check. I'll go check its, where's he at? Let's go see if I can get in there. In my home environment here. Oh yeah, apparently that's an old D-Link. So yeah, it's man, that thing's old. I just use it for the home lab, but I'll tell you, one of the things that we used to do around here, guys, and I told the wife, I was like, for this next year, I do want to get like cameras up around the house. But one of the things I used to run in the home lab is, so you can run these and you can have different compression formats and you can have different live views of your cameras. But one of the things that we had a tool called, what was the name of that tool? It was called, somebody help me out here. Who remembers? It was like, not Plumu. It was called, maybe Monitor might be better. ZoneMinder. Oh man, did you guys see, were any of you around when I used to run ZoneMinder? I'd love to get ZoneMinder back up. But it will keep track of all of your environments, and it'll tell you if things are in the different zones, and it'll monitor stuff. But yeah, in the home lab here with Ranger Cam, we're just using Grafana to read a stream that comes out of that. So this is just a iframe pass-through. You can't even do this on newer versions of Grafana without, you have to change some of the security settings to be able to do this. So yeah, that's all I use for home. So we'll get rid of that. And then over here on ZoneMinder, ZoneMinder is a good little tool. It'll aggregate a lot of your stuff up. So, Toan, I was really just having this, or Mr. Win, on YouTube. I really just had a bunch of tabs open because we were rotating through them. As I was talking about things, I was pulling more and more stuff up. Why not set up Ranger Cam as an OBS view using that? I probably could. Linux developer, I never thought about that. I probably could just do a web source directly from it. Yeah, probably could. That camera's getting very old. Ranger's getting very old. I'll probably be... I mean, me and the wife are going to be very sad when Ranger passes away, but she doesn't want to get another dog. And I'm like, all right, well... I don't know if she knows, but we could just go to the pound and get an old one that will just sit there. We don't have to even get a brand new dog. We'll just get an old one from the pound. And he'll just sit there like Ranger and be a new Ranger. But no, she doesn't want to do that. She doesn't want another dog. Plus, it's sad. It's sad when a dog passes away. So, especially when we've had Ranger so long, Anyway, so yeah, I could set that up as an OBS web view. I just never thought about that. Plus, I use Streamlabs right now, but I am probably going to jump off of Streamlabs one of these days and jump back over, do OBS. Because, one, Streamlabs I actually get charged for, because when they first allowed you to go from Twitch to YouTube, they had this, you had to pay for that on Streamlabs. And I was like, oh, all right, I'll pay for it. New friend Yogi in the next boo-boo. Yeah. That actually would be pretty good. I get asked sometimes. I actually got asked this the other night because I was an Army infantryman. And somebody asked the other night if I was a ranger because I named my dog Ranger. But no, they're unrelated. Ranger's more of like a ranger like Strider than a ranger like Army. So, no, I was not an Army ranger. I was an Army infantryman. So... all right. What other Christmas movies does the wife get me to watch? We watched Die Hard. We watched Klaus. We watched Elf. I know there's other Christmas movies we've watched, but Christmas has been kind of going for the last month now. So now I'm forgetting things that I've done in the last month. Get out of here. Yeah, Lord of the Ring reference. Yeah. I was 11B. Yeah. I actually went in as 11 X-ray, and then you get moved over to whatever your job is. So my first job was 11M, which was mechanized, and then they took away the M designator, so I was just 11 Bravo, which is just a foot soldier, basically infantryman. And then I was, if anybody cares, if you want to go look up a fun challenge, a fun test for somebody, I was both an expert infantryman and a combat infantryman. So if you want to look up what I still consider to this day, at 43 years old, the hardest test I've ever taken in my life, it's the expert infantryman's test. So when you take that to become a badge, you get a badge, the expert infantryman's badge. That's still to this day the hardest test I've ever taken. So let's see what other things we got going on here. This is actually the current study, this is the current topic, kind of, right here, this little section right here of my doctorate. My doctorate has to do with, currently, right now, the research is around how, it's a thing called the KAB model, which is the knowledge, attitude, behavior. And the KAB model deals with, okay, so you know a thing, right? You know you need to be secure, but what's your attitude about it, and how does that attitude influence your behavior? So our goal in the security world is to train our users and to train at the country level our citizens, and at the, let's say at the state level our also citizens, I guess, but how do we train these people to actually change their behaviors? The knowledge is there for a lot of people of the dangers that are out there, but to look at how that kind of works as a oh man, excuse me. Does Big count as a Christmas movie? I don't know. I think Big is set over Christmas. I don't think I've seen Big. Shoot, I don't know if I've ever seen Big. I think I think I saw it maybe 20-something years ago. I'm trying to think of other movies that we've watched that are basically every Christmas for us. I do have movies me and the wife watch other times of the year, like we were talking about Groundhog Day. Groundhog Day, you should definitely. Over on YouTube, Turiel Attel said, do I have any recommendations for newbie Kubernetes guy, book site, website, labs? Yeah, so if you want to get into Kubernetes and you want to get better at Kubernetes, the number one place to start for Kubernetes, I think, is Killer Coda. Killer Coda is, these are the same guys that run the backend. So Killer Coda is the backend of Killer Shell, and they're the same guys that run all the testing for the Kubernetes certs. So If you go in here to CKA certification, because this is typically where you'd start, here's about 120 plus scenarios of getting your Kubernetes basics out of the way, right? If you were to then say, well, what about if I didn't want to do just Kubernetes? Maybe I just wanted to do like maybe Het Tanis's his stuff, which is me, right? And I'm Het. And then you come in here and you look at like some of my stuff on Kubernetes. I have 7 labs over here. And, you know, you can go learn about how to do like blue-green deploys with Kubernetes. And you come over here and you say, okay, do I know what a blue-green deployment is? No, I don't even know what that is. So then when I start the lab here, hold on. Fisherman, he did it with the other ones. Took him a few months, but he did it with the other ones. So anyways, you come over here and you go, how does a blue-green deployment work? Like, what is that? Do I understand these components? And this is how it works in a Kubernetes space. And then you come over here. So where I would go is I would start on Killer Coda. I think Killer Coda is one of the best free sites on the web for anything. Then what I would spend a little bit of, if you're ready to spend a little bit, and maybe you want to get better with Kubernetes and spend a little bit, there's a guy on Udemy. Well, okay, so let's say you still wanted to stay free. I would look up Kim Woosterkamp. And then his CKS stuff. So he's got free CKS stuff up on YouTube. He open sourced all his stuff, and he put it all out there on YouTube, but he's also the guy running all of these. So I would look him up, and I would find stuff to do there that's also free. Yeah, he put it up there for free 11 months ago. So there's a lot of stuff there that I would maybe get involved with and say, hey, I want to understand this stuff better. What's GHD? I'm not sure what GHD is. Oh, thanks for the follows, guys. By the way, I'm missing follows, but hopefully this stuff's useful to you. We're just hanging out, guys. I'm co-working, so I'm working on some other stuff while we kind of hang out. But yeah, Kubernetes stuff, go spend some time on Killer Coda. The nice things, let me tell you some nice things about Killer Coda that are good. If you run a home cluster of Kubernetes, like I run kind of my home environment. Maybe I got it over here. Yeah, so I just jump into like my home lab. What? Apparently I gotta go change my password. Let's go to K1s. Oh, same thing. But I think I want to. Yeah, well that's fine. That's fine. New password for root. Because I hardened these and I locked these down, but now I'm going to become the Scott user, and then kubectl get nodes, right? Oops, kubectl get nodes. And what I wanted to show you is, in my home lab, I'm on version 1.28. I'm probably going to be there on my home lab for a while, right? Like I'm probably going to stay there, but the new versions and the new code, the new CKA certs keep moving forward. So the other reason that Killer Coda is so nice is they're constantly rolling out new versions, whereas I am back on 1.2.8 for stability, and my deployment is stable, but they want to be on the newest version so that you guys can always have the newest, freshest version of a lab to work on. So I'm a big fan of Killer Coda. I think it's like one of the best things on the web to get you guys. Let's just say you said, Scott, I want to get into Linux, but all I have is this Windows machine and I can't go messing with it, but I have a browser. You could go get into Linux right now on Killer Coda, and you could start doing Linux while we were sitting here, right? For free in a browser. And you might not know all the things you're doing, obviously, but you could follow along with. I have some labs up there. I think I have 30 Linux labs, and one of our other guys, actually he's unrelated to us, but he's up there on Killer Coda. He's got about 25 labs, I think Powell does. So just ways to get into Linux and start learning and moving around and getting familiar with it, and hopefully learning enough to be trusted as an administrator by a company so that they pay you more, and then you start to get into your eventual engineering roles and that kind of stuff, right? So, all right, I got all kinds of notifications on my phone, but let's real quick. I'm gonna keep listening to you guys here. If anybody has any questions or anything, let me know. Let's say Linux questions. Right? If you have Linux questions, ask away. There we go. Boom. We can fit everything on one thing. All right. I have to finish my grading, so let me grade stuff on my other screen here while you guys keep hanging out over there. These projects I have to do, they have a matrix grading environment with them, so I need to spend a little time as I think about it. But as far as like, it takes more of my focus. But I might take a break real quick, because what are we at? We're at 2 hours. I haven't even gotten up yet, so let's do a little break real quick. Hourglass. Wrong one. I do got to put in this week's hourglass. Put this here. We'll say break and think about Linux. 8 minutes. I'll be back. I'll grab me some water too. So let me know if you guys have any questions. I'll try to answer them. All right. Cybershell, I will answer that question in a minute. I want to give people, sometimes people take breaks when I take breaks, so give 4 minutes or so, but I'm hanging out here. I'm going to start grading stuff while I'm waiting. Let me get my grading going, because I do have to get this grading stuff done. I am back, but I'm also, I have to give a little bit of a time concession here. All right, so IP addressing looks good. Connectivity test looks good. That looks good. Visio diagram looks good. Looks good. All right. First one graded. And I got a grade. I got 52 to grade. It was a big class. lots of stuff to do. Linux developer said, does SSH via certain elliptical type key count as two-factor authentication? The answer to that is always going to be no. Unless you're doing something else, you're never dealing in more than one factor. If you're using like a PIN and a password, still not two-factor. Key and a, well, key is something you have, password, yeah, I guess that would be. No, but it's still not a two-factor unless there's a second factor of authent. So like if you use a key and then you had a second key or another type of key, that's still not two-factor. Two-factor has to be something you have, something you are, something you know, somewhere you are, and it has to be two of those. It can't be like two things you know or two things you have. Yeah. So like if you have a pin, so let's say you have a key and a different key and they're both being sent in, that's still not two-factor. So okay. So well, no Linux developer. It could be, I mean, it could be like a biometric and that key, because that would be something you are and something you have. It could be, them sending you a lot of people just really love to send that second factor auth to a device that you have or a code, that kind of thing. That's another way of doing it, because then I always think of it as like an out of band. It's a second channel, right? But that's what two factors are. Always, you have to have a second thing. Yeah, you could have two factor of like a pin. This is how the military does it, and well, a lot of government stuff. You can have a pin that you know, and then a CAC card that you carry. That's a CAC card. I thought I said cock. It's CAC, a CAC card. Anyways, CAC. And those type of cards, I have one of those through NOAA. Those cards and something I know can get me in places. Well, yeah, I mean, if you have a YubiKey, that's obviously, yeah. So if it's something you know and that, yes, then that would be two-factor. Robo Digitalis, I did not. I am shamefully using... I am very shamefully using PowerPoint behind. Actually, I think PowerPoint has one of the best little... No, I didn't build that myself. No, there's some cool caption overlays, but no, I just use PowerPoint. And one of the things we found out about this thing in PowerPoint is I could do this. I could switch my language to German, and if we had any Germans in here, they would read it just fine. It actually is really, really well done. Yeah, I'm not doing nothing special. It's a presentation that I have in the background here. Actually, this was a talk that I did last week. And then, yeah, it's just closed captioning. I just wanted closed captioning inside of That's it. Let me pull my other thing up real quick here. Hold on. I need to pull all my stuff back in front now again. There's Ranger. There's that stuff. And then that and that. Okay. So yeah, that's all it is. Just and it's got to be in presentation mode, and then you just put it behind. Shaf, you said you have an interview for a job coming up. Check it out. What would I focus on? So, Shaf, I actually have a talk about that on directly site reliability engineering, and I actually have it up on the Discord as well. But I'm going to pull this up. This is, hold on. Get this out of the way. If you haven't seen this before, this is, I was embedded to a college for a while as a high-performance compute engineer, and I got asked to put together some site reliability engineering technical questions. So if you want me to go over these, Shaf, I can. But also, the main reason I put this together was to kind of show you guys how I do technical interviews. But I could show this if you want, Shaf. But hold on. There was another question from Cybershell as well. Hold on. So hold on. I gotta say. Hold on. Here are the questions. It was getting into Linux, and then SRE questions. Is that fair, Chef? Also, number one thing that I would study if I was trying to get into site reliability engineering, I'm not trying to get into site reliability engineering, but for you that are, I would go spend time in these books right here. These books are free, Chef. You can go read them, and you can go and this is all site reliability engineering stuff from Google, who probably has the most expansive experience in being a reliable site for the last 30 years on the internet, right? So, there you go. Boom. But back to this. Hold on. Back to this. Where were we at? Let me finish, guys. I got to finish this grading stuff real quick. Hold on. Got to do some grading stuff. So let me. That was good. That's good. That's all good. I'm grading stuff on another screen. See no errors there. See no errors here. I thought that was pretty okay. Shaft, another thing I would go spend time in if you told me fuck. That pisses me off. There is a Gremlin certification that's still free for you to take. Dude, what the F and F? Oh, that's terrible. Hold on. They have a free cert that's still out there. We went and verified the other day that this is still valid. And this is, it sounds cool, you're right, like Gremlin Chaos Engineering. But then when people ask you about it, what you would tell them is, hey, well, I understand. First off, you should if you're going to get the cert, you need to understand what chaos engineering is and how it relates to site reliability engineering. But it's just another way to test. It's the scientific method applied to engineering, which, by the way, is the way we do all engineering, but they're very explicit about it. And you look at, well, what would happen if I turned this off? It's a set of queries and questions about your stuff, but they give you labs, they have you stuff to do, and then you can go take the actual test. And you can get, so that would be one more thing to put on your resume, but it's also something everybody always asks me about that, because I have that on my resume. They're always like, what's that Gremlin thing? And I'm like, oh, it's just a way for me to look at site reliability engineering. It was a way for me to kind of understand a body of knowledge around how we do testing and experimentation of systems in a way that's controlled and doesn't damage production, right? Like, because the number one rule of being a systems administrator and engineer is keep your systems up, right? Uptime. So chaos engineering deals with that, but by messing around in the places that it's safe to, right? So anyways, that's something that I would highly advise. Yeah, go get certified. Why not? What's not, maybe not you, Chef. I mean, Chef, you should, because I think it's valuable for your career, but also for anybody else. Why not? It's a fun little thing to go get. You can register for free. It's free still. Boom. All right. But I'm grading. I'm back to grading. Hold on. Back to grading. Looks good. Looks good. They are definitely missing some stuff. This is not the full thing. They got the Visio. All right. But I do have those 2 questions to ask. I'm gonna or to answer. I'm gonna answer them. I just I gotta get my grading all knocked out. I don't want to rush my grading, so we're here just hanging out. Enjoy the music. Wifey, how's it going? Well, thank you.
You're welcome. I was too nervous to pour the gravy on it.
No, it's good. Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm gonna come listen to my book in here.
Yeah, we're just hanging out. I'm streaming, but we're just it's messing around streaming. It's not super serious streaming. Guys, this food. I'm gonna show you guys what my wife just brought me. Hold on, I'll post in the Discord here in a second, because I gotta open this thing up. They put all the gravy in a cup, so you gotta pour the gravy on yourself, which is kind of a nice little touch if you ask me. So give me a second here. Also, remember guys, we're not working too hard. It is Christmas Eve, so we're kind of co-working. I'm eating my breakfast right now. I'm gonna eat my breakfast. Then hopefully I'll answer some questions and stuff too. Hopefully get some people some of those skills. We want people to get the skills to get in the jobs, right? That's the goal. All right. Close this up. Put that in there. Put this here. Okay. How's it going, Vanture? Yeah, we're just hanging out. Again, not working too hard. I'm going to post up what my breakfast looks like here, because people were... I'm sure people want to know. My wife went over with her friend to a place out here called The Place, and then she brought me back food. So that's where we're at. What book are you reading? Or listening to?
The Wrong Daughter.
The Wrong Daughter. That's what the wife's working on. Now normally, I will put hot sauce all over everything, but since I don't have hot sauce today, I can do some ketchup. Which is acceptable.
Oh, I could have brought you hot sauce.
Oh, that's alright. The ketchup is making noises, which I think is funny. That'll start a fight. Do you put ketchup on eggs? That'll start a fight right there. Internet level fighting right there. Tawny's back. Tawny, we got your book up here somewhere.
Being an SRE is like putting gravy on your own food at a potluck. You didn't cook the dishes, but you're the one ensuring everything on your plate works together smoothly. Also hello.
How's it going, Tawny? Yeah. We're not working too hard. Day before Christmas. I was telling some of you guys earlier, you know, family tonight, my wife's family, that side of the family. And then tomorrow is friends that I've had since we were teenagers. And then I think the 4th of January, me and my brothers are getting together. So lots of family stuff going on. I am grading papers while I'm sitting here hanging out with you guys too, so that's on another screen, you can't see that. There's a whole bunch of laws about why I can't show you guys that stuff. Also, just good social order. There's the book right there. Talking about zero trust a little bit over here. We actually moved down. We were on zero trust. Now we're down on like change management and the impact security, because you know security deals with confidentiality, integrity, and availability, and change management is huge in this same concept of site reliability, where we talk about keeping the systems up all the time. This gravy is really good, wifey.
Yay.
It's definitely good for you to go hang out with your friend and then bring me back gravy and
It
biscuits.
was her birthday.
It was her birthday, yeah. I was telling them, I said the wife went out with her friend, and her friend gets free food. The only bad thing is that place is super packed.
It was not this morning. I don't know if I went after the rush, but
Yeah, I guess maybe 9:30 was a little after the rush, yeah. Zero the turtle, I love it. Where's Zero at? We're talking about site reliability books. This is just stuff that's grown up over the last few days of us talking. Just been adding more and more of these. There he is. There's Zero the turtle. And I tell you guys, even if you're like, hey, I don't want to be a site reliability engineer, hey, I don't want to deal in zero trust, there's still a really good section in that book. It starts on page 42, I think, about how your X509 cert. So if you struggle with how certificates work, there's a really good section in there on that. Also, guys, I'm over here munching on biscuits and gravy, so if it sounds like I'm chewing a lot, that's exactly what it is. These papers I'm grading, they have a few sections on so they're basically like some connectivity tests, some setups of the network, then there's some subnetting, then there's a graphical drawing they have to do, and then there's the kind of like a write-up that they have to do about network security. So I'm just grading these right now while I'm talking to you guys on this other screen. So, yeah, good old key stores. All right. Now in the process of reconsolidating gravy over the biscuits that are left. Pretty good. Hey, wifey, when do we go to family's house?
At 2.
At 2? Okay, so I got some time.
Yes.
I was telling them all how we liked Red 1. She's back to reading her book. She's not listening. All right, still grading. Still grading, guys. All right. I feel like this one, well, this one's definitely missing some things. That's all fine. I don't see that, and I don't see that. Oh, Runamucker, thanks for the gift. Hopefully this stuff's useful to you guys. Just trying to hang out today. We're not working too hard, but I definitely appreciate that. Hopefully it keeps people from having to watch too many commercials. I will get to these questions here, guys. I just have to finish this grading, getting into this and all that stuff. So, and Valorant with the gift sub as well. I appreciate that. Helps keep me motivated, helps keep everybody else motivated. It's always fun. Alright, so I'm grading papers. Got some Linux stuff. Got some networking stuff that they have to do. Got the routers. Got some questions. That's fair enough. There. There. That's fine. That's fine. Time to drop off. Yep, I appreciate you guys coming. Hey, you guys that make it. I'm just going to hang out here and keep working on grading papers. This is a really good biscuits and gravy, by the way. Yeah. What did you have, wifey?
Just eggs and bacon.
You had eggs and bacon?
And hash browns.
And hash browns? Okay. How do they do their hash browns over there?
Like Denny's.
I don't, how, is it just like
Shredded.
a big shredded one? Okay. Fun fact, guys, I like a lot of breakfast stuff. I'm not a big fan of hash browns. But the wife likes hash browns, so that's all that matters. Okay. This guy does not have everything in his presentation. But those are okay, and that's okay. So there we go. Boom. Also, speaking of streaming and that kind of stuff, we have Fisherman, who is going to be streaming more. We talked to him earlier. He was on. And Sending Grounds has been streaming more. So make sure if you guys do hang out in our group, those are kind of some of our senior guys that are doing interesting Linux stuff. They're pretty good to follow on the Twitch side. I think Fisherman's also sending stuff to YouTube now, too. Sorry guys, last couple bites of this biscuits and gravy. All right. That's a pretty late breakfast for me, but I'm not going to eat again because we're going to get stuffed over at the family's house. Like, I think everybody's bringing food, so I am going to not eat for another few hours until we get over there. All right. What do we got here, though? Let me finish up this grading here. All right. We have to grade these in this matrix, so we can't, like, there's no, I have to give students the grade of whatever I put the points in on the matrix, you know, kind of like, so if I pick a 4 and it drops them 10% of their grade, I have to do that, but there's only a few sections that are like that. But the reason I bring that up is because it's kind of, when they lock you in with grading like that, it doesn't matter that much. I mean, 10% to a student who's got an A isn't going to drop them off of an A, but it's kind of it limits down what I can do as far as their grades go. But I am kind of a stickler. Like, if you consistently have really bad formatting as an engineer, I think that's really bad. I think it takes away from the message. And so much so that I actually have a slide deck. When we were talking about this earlier, I closed the slide down. Hold on. When we were talking about soft engineering skills, let me show you guys something real quick. This is from one of my talks on soft engineering, right? Just look at this real quick. This is so presenting data. I remember when I was in one of my master's programs, I was studying about this. There was this mechanic who had one shop in California. And then he had one shop, and he worked on cars. And then, you know, like 30 years later, he had a whole string of shops all over California. And they did a little case study on him. He didn't have a degree. He didn't have a master's. He didn't have business. He didn't have business managers. He just ran a business that grew. And the thing they asked him about was, like, well, what do you think's the most important thing? And he said, I learned very early on in business this one concept. And this is what he said. It doesn't matter how long you've been in business. People will judge how well you can rebuild an engine by how clean your bathroom is. And I always thought that was like such an interesting insight. What the point is in saying that is customers don't look at the same things you do. You might care that all your techs in your company have good tools and can get stuff done 15% faster. But people are going to judge you on how clean your bathroom is in the waiting area. Isn't that wild? Like, but that's an insight that this guy had, and I always thought this was important. So I want to show you guys some stuff. This is these are two of the same exact pieces of information from my home lab right here. The one on top, I've had engineers, like junior engineers, send this to people, and I go, guys, why don't you just put a big, like, flipping them off, like, finger right here instead? Because I've been in a terminal for over 20 years, and I can't read what this says, right? But this is the way it looked like in the terminal. This is the way that we read it. Everybody with half a second of ounce, or half an ounce of sense, you know, and about 2 seconds can figure out, I don't know anything else about what's going on, but I can see usage, right? But this right here, I have no idea. I didn't even know there was the word used, and I don't know where it lines up anyways. So does that kind of make sense? This is another one that's big. Is like, this is from an old version of this stuff I'm actually grading now. This is 100%. There is nothing incorrect on this slide. This student is 100% correct on the lab that we built. We were doing a /25, so we were borrowing 1 bit, which makes the first network 0 through 127, and the second network 128 through 255. You have the first through the 126th cause your 126 hosts that you could use within that network, and then the 129 through 254, those are the usable hosts in the second network. This is a perfect slide, but it's absolutely no information was conveyed to you guys. You looked at this and was like, that looks like just somebody threw up on a plate right there. Just somebody just spilled a bunch of numbers on the page. There's literally nothing usable here. In fact, I think subnet, and first and usable are the only, and last. Those are and host. Those are the only words that appear that aren't in some way busted up. And subnet, yeah, so subnet. And the. Everything else in here is completely unreadable. All right. Anyways, that's some of my notes, so leave that up. Where were we at? I'm still grading stuff, so sorry guys. We're talking, grading. I thought these were all good. Let me check their Visio. Visio's good. Knock that down. Pretty good. Pretty good little project. Missing a little bit of stuff. Linux, pretty much all of my slides are available in the Discord under presentations. And that one would be called soft skills. So yeah, it's all up here. It's all up in here. I need to work on that one. I need to update that one a little bit. That one's like 90% done. But yeah, all of our slides are up in here. All right. So, keep grading. More grading. Oh man, this thing is all kinds of mashed up here. All right, new student. What's this student doing here? Got the first part? Good. Got the second part? Good. It's actually interesting, this project that the students do. They do 6 weeks worth of work, and then they just put all the 6 weeks together with whatever corrections I have. So, all in all, it should just be like a chip shot right at the end. Everything should just go in. But sometimes students leave stuff out, or they just choose not to do it all. And, oops. This student is doing good. Yep, she got all the pieces. There you go. Boom. This is my last little bit of grading, guys, before I'm done for the quarter from the college. So then I gotta get started for the next quarter. Then we'll be all done. All right, got the first stuff, got the second stuff, got the third stuff, got the fourth stuff. Yep, looks good. Got all the fifth information in there correctly. Probably need to work on the presentation a little bit. But all in all, good. Tani, how are you doing? Are you traveling at all for the holidays? You hanging out in the, sticking around home? If you guys don't know Tani, Tani is one of our more active security people in our group and hangs out when they can. So it's always kind of fun to have a fellow security focused person around. They're also down in our Discord pretty regularly, but not always down there. But I mean, I try not to say like tag people, but if you ask questions, sometimes people will answer. And I guess technically if you had to, you could tag somebody every now and then. I just wouldn't make a big habit of it. But you know, some people are really good at helping out. And you know, some people I think want to be asked too. You know, like I know one of the guys in there is a little salty. He's one of our mods, but Faint Calf has been a security guy for 20 something years, and the way he got the name Faint Calf was actually really funny. But he He's one of my mods, and he's been a security guy for a long time, and he's a little salty, but he answers questions when people ask him. So that's one of the reasons he's a mod, because he's always out to help people. So sometimes you guys think people are unapproachable, but they're not. It's just that they don't always have time. For the most part, most of the people in our group are pretty approachable, and that's one of the things I've tried to cultivate in our Linux group is like we don't just smash the noobs and tell them move, learn some Linux. We let the bot do that, but we do tell you to read the manual sometimes. But there's also the fact that you can get better at this stuff by solving your problems. That's one of the reasons a lot of times senior engineers, besides being salty, won't always tell you an answer. Is when you earn an answer, when you go look something up and figure it out, you will always know it. If I always give it to you, you will always probably forget and you will struggle. But if I show you how to do it and you go and you figure out how to learn things, you will know that skill forever. So it's the same thing that like we do this thing in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu where we talk about like, yeah, if you can land a move in class, that's cool. But if you land a move in a tournament, that's your move forever. No, you will never forget or never not, as the double negative goes, be able to do that move again. You will always have that move. It is now your move. Because you landed it live against somebody in a real scenario where you were trying to really, as it were, strangle each other. So, move. That was one of my favorite. I haven't really watched any Saturday Night Live for probably the last 20 years, but when I was younger, I used to watch it a fair amount. And that guy coming out and going, move. Oh, you don't know about the difference between like DRAM and inline memory? So stupid. And he's just like always talking. I think it was a really young, Jimmy Kimmel on Saturday Night Live doing that. It was such a funny character. But yeah. But that's really bad bedside manner for a sys engineer. We used to all read back in the day too. There was there was a thing called Backup Operator from Hell, BOFH, and he was just, he was awful. But you used to be able to be like that 20 years ago. Nowadays, you'll just get fired because they'll just find another person. They want people more and more to fit into these, we're not just Linux engineers in closets anymore. We have to understand the DevOps side of things. Like, I tell you guys now, like, you need to know Git. 10 years ago, if you had told me to teach guys Git, I'd have been like, I don't even know what Git is. But, like, I didn't use it, like, as a Linux engineer. Yeah, like, now you have to work much more with other teams. So, yeah, Starwolf said gotta have people skills. I'd agree. You do. Okay, so hold on. We're going here. I'm still grading. I got a few more to grade. I'm knocking them out as I talk to you guys. Oh, that's not good. Student posted a link of something not working. That's not a great look on your final project. Especially when we showed in the labs how to do it. And then I talked through how to do it. And then I had Saturday scheduled meetings where I showed people how to do it. You gotta sit around and do it. All right. Well, I feel like they definitely missed out on a fair amount of that stuff. So there you go. You get the grade that you get. We're fanatical about support. Fair. Alright, let's see what this student's doing. So that's why I was saying, like, this is an interesting class because it's 6 individual projects and then basically you just slurp them all together and turn them into one with all the stuff fixed. But sometimes students will be like, oh, I got like a 90 on this one, I'm not going to bother to fix it. And then it's like, but then they wonder why I take points off in the final, and it's like, or in the project, and I'm like, you guys don't think that I read the stuff? Like, you don't think that I remember? Now, granted, I don't remember across 52 students, but I do know the same thing that I tell all students to fix. And if you don't fix it, of course I'm going to hammer you. You had an opportunity to fix it. You had an opportunity to fix it there for full points, and you had an opportunity to fix it later for full points. Like, why wouldn't I hammer you for that? That's a completely avoidable thing for as far as grades go, you know? So, Tani, didn't save, rack space still got to go, good value to the customer. No amount of fanatical support will gloss over losing relevance. That's fair. Yeah, Tani, like, rack space, like, most people don't want to run their own servers locally anymore, let alone out somewhere. And I know Rackspace did a few things, but they didn't adapt well. They were, if you guys don't know, Rackspace was great. Like if you were like, hey Scott, can we just get a server rack like in Cincinnati and just have a place to send and put a bunch of servers in? Sure, absolutely, we could do that. But like nowadays, companies either want to run it typically on premise or off premise. Now, Rackspace also did some of the early like kind of cloud, what became cloud, but they did not adapt well to like the model that the public cloud providers like AWS, Azure, these other guys, they are so hands off. You can go in there and build whatever the hell you want in your own little environment. And you are locked in and protected enough that nothing you do should ever affect anybody else, and it's all good. But yeah, I think Rackspace just didn't adapt. The one that is still kicking that proves that some things will always be here is Iron Mountain. If you guys go look at Iron Mountain, how the hell does Iron Mountain still exist? I can move data and back data up whenever the hell I want, but Iron Mountain will come drive out and pick up tapes from you and go put it in there, in air quotes, Iron Mountain. They will go just put it, put your tapes away, and then when you're ready, they'll come bring your tapes back out to you, and they are still valid. Oh yeah, OpenStack, man. Fair enough going hard on OpenStack instead of Kubernetes. Because I've seen a fair amount of people, dig in on OpenStack, but I've never run it professionally. So that's fair enough. That's a good catch. All right, let me grade this paper real quick from some student to Professor Scott Champagne, which is me. How did the student do? Students got all the stuff. I really like, actually, some students really do a good job of this, where like she boxed in all of the different areas that she wanted me to look at on the page. I actually like that. Sometimes that's not very well done, but this is a really good job of like showing me exactly what they wanted me to see. Now, it's funny, I've literally graded thousands of these exact projects, so I don't need to be shown where, but I still appreciate it when it's done well. All right, yep, that's I don't give many 100s, but that one got one. You say you don't give many 100s? Not on purpose, guys. Not on purpose. I'm just kind of a nitpick about things that matter. About technical things that matter, I'm very nitpicky, because being technically correct is the best kind of correct, and being incorrect is just, it's unacceptable as an engineer. You can't be incorrect. Like with your final project, with your final product that goes out to customers, you can't be incorrect. This student did really well too, but not quite perfect. There was some formatting stuff. I like that, Neuron. OpenStack is like a dirty washroom or bathroom at your car repair shop. Yeah. I like when people throw my same points back to me. Where is it? Where is it at? It was right. Yeah. This was. I like that. This was a quote for people that got here later. This was a quote from earlier that I remember reading this in, I think it was my first master's program. So this was like even before '08. And there was this guy who just built a big business in California of auto repair shops. And they asked him, they're like, what did you do? And he said, he really focused on having a good environment for people to wait, and also just have like a nice little, that area that customers saw was always clean and always presentable. And then they asked him like, well, what would you say? And he goes, this is the most important thing I learned, was people will judge how well you can rebuild an engine, run a Linux server, build a cluster by how clean your bathroom is. And what he means by how clean what you present to your customers is, if that makes sense. He wasn't distilling this down into wisdom of the ages or something. He was just talking about his business, which happens to be where you sit in a little repair shop waiting for your car to be done, All right. So we're back over here. We're still working. Let me grade this real quick. How did this student do? That one done. Next grade. And Archon Joe, hopefully this stuff's useful to you. We are. It's always funny how my closed captioning picks up people's names, but we're not working too hard today. We're just kind of hanging out and working on. We talk about any of the things up there that are rotating, and mostly just working on. I'm grading some papers on my left screen that you guys can't see. So if you have questions for me about tech stuff, let me know. I do need to answer a question from earlier. Man, the questions are getting cold, but how would I get into Linux? That was a question from earlier. I guess I can answer that now. If I were a desktop support technician and I already know networking, I have a home lab, and I'm a Linux enthusiast, what would be the next step to start getting working in Linux? This is what I would do. I would start by putting together a one-page resume about my about my skills. Right, if I wanted to get into the Linux world, I'd start to put together one-page resume. I would focus the front of the resume, or the most upfront pieces of the resume, around this. Hold on. Oh, I need to go up one more. Where's my head resume? Here we go. And I would start with, like, what is most important. Like, do you have any certs? Do you have anything that is interesting to the industry? And this is actually how my resume is organized right here. It's one page. I would have, if you have any like GitHub or anything that's interesting for people, up here at the top. Then I would have like my qualifications and then my experience. But I would lead with the thing that's the most, the look of a federal resume, fair enough. This is like what I would do, and I would say, you know, what conference presentation. So for me, I give conference presentations pretty regularly. So, you know, go talk at somewhere, and which was a recent one at the time. It was this Phoenix K8s meetup, which had like 70 people in attendance, right? But for you, if you're, you know, trying to get into the space, you lead with what your strengths are. Something that would be strong on getting into the Linux world would be your support roles. So you might put your experience first. If you had like a RHCSA or a RHCE, you would maybe move that up. Yeah, my example resume, I'm pretty sure we have all this stuff up in, you might have to go look in the jobs and interview discussions. This is where people mostly drop that. But I think if you say het, their functions, their search functions are so bad. God, it's so bad. Pretty sure I have my little example resume up here. Let's see. Here's somebody else's general resume. Yeah, people are always putting their resumes. Generalize it if you post it. Somebody else's resume. Pretty sure my resume's up here. You might have to look around for it. I swear they're damn. Is it like from user? I don't know. It's in there somewhere. Yeah. There's definitely, I definitely have that stuff all over up in the Discord. I just don't know exactly where it is right now. I could post this up there. Have a PDF version. But then anyway, so if your education, in my case, I think my education is less interesting to a company than this stuff. My education, while it's important, if I was doing a college, if I was looking for a college role, I would move all this stuff up to the top because colleges care about my master's degrees and they care about my eventual doctorate. That's what colleges care about. But engineering roles care about my qualifications. What are my certs? What do I have actively that's interesting to somebody that they want to, ask me questions about, right? So there's that. Alex said, on request, would I do a resume interview on live stream? Yeah, I wouldn't mind doing that. Let me finish this grading, so I need a few more minutes before we go there. But I would definitely look over somebody's resume if you didn't mind me popping it up on stream. Yeah, sure. Let me grade. I got a few more papers to grade. I'm about halfway through all of these labs. The grading goes fast because I know what I'm looking for, but I still need a few minutes. I'm letting myself, I'm distracting myself. That was a pretty good one. That was a pretty good one. Okay. Keep going. I'm on 30 left out of 52, but let's see. Well, 27 are graded out of 52. So I got 25 left to do. So give me a little bit of time. They take me a few minutes each to. Oh, this one's not gonna. Hold on. Gotta take some points off of that. A little bit of errors there. That's fine. There. Boom. All right. Another one done. But yeah, Alex, I would definitely look at that for you if you're hanging out. Okay. Project looks good. Looks good. Stuff looks good. They're definitely missing a section though. And Visual's good. All right. Yeah, Tani, I think, like, I tell people all the time, I think most engineers, and I know this isn't a popular sentiment, but I think it's true. I think most engineers can tell if somebody else is operating on the same wavelength as them within about 2, maybe 3 minutes. 5 for sure. But people don't like when you say that because they're like, well, I think it takes longer to get to know somebody. And I'm like, well, you're obviously not on my wavelength. No, I'm just kidding. But but the point is where I'm going with that is like Tani said, you know, when somebody asks for education, they're surprised to hear you have one. Yeah, it's not really necessary. Like my younger brother is a really high level engineer at his company. In fact, he's the highest level engineer he can be before they would have to go pay him as an architect. And he barely has his GED. He, by the way, I'm not like saying that in a bad way. He would tell you that. He came and talked to the group last month. And when he came and talked to the group, he told everybody like, hey, I don't have a degree. I learned all this stuff in the wild. And then they were like, he learned all that stuff. I'm like, yeah, he picked all that stuff up just by being good at what he does. Right. And I think there's the kind of a thing on that. Yeah, it's a filter. That's exactly what it is, Tani. I call it positive differentiators. Like, you want as many positive differentiators on your resume and as few negative differentiators, because when it comes time to make a cut, you know, they're going to throw, if you've got a felony on your resume, they're going to be like, well, let's get rid of that guy because then we can focus on these other 9 people. We really liked him when we met him, but he's got a felony. And that, honestly, like I have actually one of my best friends has a felony on his record, and it doesn't look good like when he goes in for a job. You know, that's life, right? That follows you around forever. Let me do some more grading. Hold on, a little bit more grading while we're hanging out. This project was really good. It looked nice. Yep. There's this like last component to these labs. I was telling you guys there's 6 parts to the lab, and then there's this final component that's like how well was it put together? How well was the project put together? And it's almost like it's asking me how pretty I think it is. But I take that back to my engineering concept of like, you got to format your data well, right? Not necessarily that I care how pretty it is. I care how readable it is and how useful it is. Because information can be presented in an unuseful way. That's what I was showing earlier. This one's really clean too. I'm surprised that one. Not surprised, that's a really clean project I just looked at. So. Yeah, Tani, he actually did eventually get, since his were, there's, a lot of people don't know this, but there's different levels of felonies. And my buddy's felony, my good friend, his felony doesn't have, his is not, his was non-violent. So this is what I was talking about earlier about like things being unusable. Every piece of this slide is perfect, guys. Every single piece of this is correct. But can you even understand that? So, all right. Anyways, all right. Let's get this out of the way. All right, a few more grades, and then we'll look at some resumes, I guess, because people want us to look at resumes. Hold on, grading, good. Connectivity's good, 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 good. Project, good. Drawing, good. Explanations of things, pretty good. Okay, yeah, this one's... Maybe I'm just being nice today, but... Because it's the day before Christmas, but that one was a 100 project. Typically in about 50 to 60 students, I would only see probably 2 that have 100. And I think I've done 5 today that are 100. So that's a little outside of the statistical norm, but I mean, I'm the one grading, so I know that I'm looking for the same thing. I think that they're doing pretty good. Now this student missed some stuff, so they're not all perfect. Physio's good. Not all of them are great. I'm cheating. No, they're very unique. Like the way this project ends up panning out is there, like it's 6 individual projects that get pulled together at the end, and some students just basically tape them all together as a ball and throw it at me, and some of them like really spend time and like turn it into like this nice project. And I always have, it's the same thing with you guys when we do the Linux sysadmin course. People ask me, Scott, how nice should this project be? And I said that project should be nice enough that you would show it to a business. You would show it as a representation of yourself. Same thing I tell my college students here. If somebody asked you, what did you get? What is your net result from what you did in college? You should be proud of what you can show somebody. You should take some pride in it and go, this is a pretty good representation of what I learned and did. But if it's not really good and you didn't spend a lot of time on it, and you're like, oh, well, I did a lot of stuff in college and I learned some good stuff. Well, that kind of sounds like you're embarrassed of what you learned, or you don't think you learned it very well, Anyway, so my point is, like, I do think the presentation part of things is somewhat important. Even though as an engineer, I really just care if things are functional. But I do think that form does follow function. I think that's a fair statement from a generalized engineering standpoint. If things are functional and work, they tend to have a good form. They tend to look nice, if that makes sense. Oh wow, did they just paste this thing 3 times? That's pretty funny. Oh, my students. Love them. But man, sometimes you have problems with the paste key. Paste the same thing too many times. Alright. Final project. Let's see. More grading, guys. More grading. This is what we do on our days like this. Grade, grade, grade. You're missing some stuff. This thing says I have 16 left. It's important 3 times in the document. And if you're ever on the radio, you need to say something 6 times for people to remember it. That's why, they keep saying the same things over and over again. Same name, like they really hammer the whole name every time. Yep. It's not a common thing to acknowledge from a teaching perspective, because everybody wants to be doing the cool thing in teaching nowadays, whatever the cool thing is. It's not cool to mention that repetition and rote really are good ways to learn things. If you go look at like how like really good colleges work, really good like college prep type stuff, a lot of them really do hammer stuff into their students. And they're still using methods that they've been doing for hundreds of years. They're not on some brand new method. Alright. This one has all the pieces. It's just not very nice to look at. Yeah. Well, I remember. So I was thinking about this the other day when I was at Pikes Peak Community College when I was in the Army. I took a class on VB6 programming, Visual Basic 6. And this VB6 is one of the last versions of Visual Basic before Microsoft really shifted in the early 2000s to VB.NET. And when they did VB.NET, they were real, or they're not even VB.NET, but .NET framework. And what they were trying to do in their .NET framework, if you go look at it, was they wanted to make a place that was similar to open source, what open source was doing, but for Microsoft developers. So as Tani's talking over there about Steve Ballmer going developers, Microsoft tried to build like an ecosystem that was really centered around that, being able to share code and develop things for Microsoft. So, which, we're not a Microsoft shop around here, but we can appreciate the things that they did well or do well, All right, that project looked good. This student gave me their Wix site. Oh wow, it's actually pretty nice. I think that it could have been a little nicer, but it's not the worst project I've ever seen. All right. We used to always make our students do Wix projects back in the day. We don't really make them do that as much anymore, but Wix is like a free website, and then you could build in and put your PowerPoints and stuff up there. We used to always make our students do that. Not so much anymore. I just found the student didn't fix something I told them to, so I got to take points off for that. It's always a hassle, because then they go, well, why did I miss points? And it's like, you know why. You know what you didn't do, which is fix what you were told. That's fine. All right. Down to the last 11. Clean up the last 11. Last 11. How's Ranger doing down there? I think you guys have seen his tree's lights are slowly dying. All right. Okay. Grading papers. Not always going to get what you want, but you're always going to get what you need. That's funny. Alright. Those look good. Information looks good. Slides look pretty good. They use Microsoft Copilot. Oh, at least they cited their work. I mean, Copilot couldn't do anything or everything for them, but it is interesting that it formatted some of that stuff for them. That's kind of nice. Interesting. Good. That was good. That was not good. There we go. All right. Probably got about 4 more minutes of these, I think. Depending on how long everything takes. Got all that. Got all that. They've got all the pieces. That's what's important. Hey, how's it going, Twisted Seed? We're not working too hard today. We're just kind of hanging out, and I'm grading on another page, so I got a few more assignments to do, and then we're going to look at... I got a couple of questions, but I think somebody wanted to ask about doing a resume, so if Alex is still around, we'll look at that. If he had to go, we'll probably look at it next time he's around. I really like this one. This student told me that they ended up using Excalidraw, and I love it. So I had told them, they were like, hey, I can't get this Visio to work. Can I use another drawing program? And I was like, yeah, use Excalidraw. So they drew a really nice looking project in Excalidraw. So I like that. And they said that they were going to use that. They're like, I'm going to use this from now on. And I was like, perfect. If you guys have never played with Excalidraw, it's just a fun little, looks like this. And then it'll drop you in on a project. And we were doing notes in it the other day with all of us. And everybody can be working on the same exact page. I just made a whole bunch of this, and then here were my notes. So that was pretty good. Oh yeah, and you can use it in Obsidian. You can also use it inside of it's inside of this tool, which is LogSec. And you can also, for some of you, you can also use it inside of VS Code, if you like VS Code. So yeah, it's an open source tool. It's got its own little extensions. So this is all, you know, I can modify this as real Excalidraw right in here. So it's very nice. And I could share that. I could share that line right there with any of you guys that need it. Yeah. I could take this right here. I could share this out. I could put this in my Excalidraw right now. I could open it as a file in there and then give it to you guys, and you guys would have this exact same drawing right here. It's really straightforward. So If anybody needs any of these, let me know. All right, where are we at? I'm down to the last few, guys. Down to the last few. Let me finish these up real quick. Good. Good. Diagram's good. That's good. The only bad thing is they didn't finish strong with like a full write-up of what they did, so knock some points off. Good. 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 Drawing's good. Extra info's good, and all their pieces. This is, I told you guys, it's rare that we give hundreds out around here. Well, I don't give anything, they earn it, right? But that was strange that it was that. All right, now I gotta go look and make sure that these are right. So now I gotta kind of verify my grade book real quick. Make sure I don't have any missing grades anywhere. Anything that's not, like somebody turned something in late, you know. Make sure that there's no kind of hanging, hanging grade things like that. Okay. I also have this thing later called a grade audit that'll check all that for me, but I like to visually know that I don't have anything in here before, because I like to pass grade audits on my for myself without anything having to be fixed, you know. Oops. Oh, that's a 0. Okay. Final project, everything graded. Okay. All that's done. All right, good. Now I just need to do a grade audit on my grades on the other screen, and then I'll do it. Alex, I don't know if you're still around. If you want to drop something down in the Discord, you can. I don't know if you already did. Never know. Here's new people popping in. Food. That was my food from earlier. People hanging out down in the Discord. You guys are always allowed to talk down there. It's always fun. Might have messaged me directly. Hold on. Let me see right here. Let me move this off. I don't always like to put other people's info out there. Alright, let me pull this up over here, and then let me make sure my grade thing finishes real quick, and then we'll look at this if Alex is still around. I think he is. Alright. Give it a second here, guys. My grade audit's taken a while, but maybe it's because a lot of people are trying to do their grade audits right now, and I think it's like one little server in the back room with like a little engine hooked up to it. It's like something out of a cartoon, you know. Oh, wifey, we got Caleb's address.
Oh, good.
Yep.
We'll order stuff.
Yep, we'll send them some stuff. All right. So, my grade audit's taking a long time on my other screen. Alex, I don't know if you're still around. Let's look at this real quick. It looks good. Now, do you have this in a format that you can send to somebody? Can you send this in a one-page format? Can this go into something like, can you produce this as like a PDF for people? And the reason I ask that is a lot of people won't go to a second page, but the automated tools will. So for automated tools, unfortunately, we just have to have the keywords in here. So looks like you have keywords in here. Looks like you also have what you've been doing. Infrastructure management, systems administration, and DevOps practices. Infrastructure and ensuring security, reliability. Professional experience. Should this be like this? Professional summary? I don't know. Like this kind of seems like it's hanging. So maybe it gets underlined or something. I don't know. Because I guess if this is capital. Anyway, so bold that. Deploy to manage on-premise IDS. Yep. Bullet points. I always like, guys, I'm a big fan of this. I'm a real big fan of 80%, 15%, 700 users. Like, give people an idea of the impact of what you did. Like, if I tell you guys, like, I've been a Linux guy for, a few years, you'd be like, okay, that's cool. Scott does Linux. But if I told you, like, I was directly responsible for deploying the systems on boot for the NOAA system that had 2,600 nodes out here in Phoenix, 2,600 nodes out in Manassas, Virginia. And when they booted up, all of my Ansible took over and personalized the servers and then caused them to be ready within a 10-minute window. And the reason I needed to do it in a 10-minute window is because our requirement was in under an hour, we had to be completely up. We had to have everything running from bare metal to running in under 1 hour. So my portion of it was under 10 minutes, right? And like something like that might just at least have some numbers in there. And I can't say I improved anything because, well, I was building a brand new system, right? But it was there. One of our guys, Isobu, one of our guys he's got a really good like set of notes that he's been keeping on a Linux systems administration course. And I'm going to try to get him to link that to you guys when we're done. He's also been running all the study group stuff. One of our guys has just a really nice set of notes. And then when somebody asks him about it, like he can say, well, hey, let's pull this up and look at all this stuff that I know how to do. So anyways, he's got that. Okay, so what you were doing. So are these, by the way, is this a promotion within the same company right here? Because it's same company, but it looks like you got promoted. If it were to keep it under a page, I would move these together. But if it was not, I do think it shows good separation of information and stuff that you were doing. Proxmox, private cloud, you can talk to cloud, that's good. Mentor me, technical skills. Okay, Linux, good. Got a lot of technical stuff to show in here. People are going to be able to ask you anything. Make sure anything that they ask you about, you're able to talk to. Projects are things I guess you're probably doing on your own. If projects make this over a page, you might have to move those up into GitHub, or at least just have like a shortened version of everything. That looks good. Certifications. I'm a big fan of certifications by year, but in my case, I just have current and previous because sometimes things are not still, API design. Nice, you did the API Academy. I'm always trying to push that to the guys. That's nice. Software engineer, you did some software engineer stuff. Good. And finish that. And then competencies. Yeah, I mean, I think it looks good. I think main things just probably fix like maybe a little formatting because that probably is supposed to be bolded and maybe down a line, so it's not part of that. If you're showing yeah, so you could put 3 years now probably because now that's going to be 22 to 25, so you could say 3 now even if it's not quite 3 yet. You did a good job when you have dashes, when you have bullet points you didn't put periods. I like that. Unless it is a sentence, and then I think you turn them all over. But yeah, that's yeah, it looks good. Yeah, I think it looks good, Alex. I think the main things Yeah, if this is technical skills here, you might want to use professional skills the same way here, or professional experience. You might need to bold and underline it like this, if it's a like full header category like that. Those are just my thoughts. I think other than that, it looks good. I think, yeah, make sure there's no. I didn't see any spelling errors. Make sure you can talk to these numbers because people will ask you about them. Yeah, I think it looks good. I think you just gotta probably focus on, yeah, keeping it short. If you do send it to people, make sure you can export that as some type of PDF, or this tool Overleaf right here is great if you want to publish things in a way that is repeatable out to a PDF. I think that's important. I think that's good info all around right there. So hopefully that helps you out, Alex. By the way, I'm done grading, but my grade audit's still spinning, so I'm going to restart the grade audit. I think there's something wrong with that page. If it sat for like 25 minutes or whatever that just sat for, it seemed like it sat forever. We'll have that. All right, let's look at this SRE stuff, because there was a question about SRE, and hopefully it hasn't been too long. Hopefully Shaf is still around. CyberShell, I think I kind of answered yours already about just getting into Linux. Like I would tell you, focus on, I guess, small things that prove that you know how to do this stuff, because your initial goal in getting into Linux is probably administrator role, and that administrator role has way more to do with them trusting you with the environment than it does with like technical deep knowledge of things. Like they want you to be able to reboot a server and check a server and that kind of stuff, but like the ability to build a server and deeply get in as like an engineer, that stuff's later. When you're going for like administrator roles and stuff, they just want to make sure that you're not going to break everything in the environment, Oh, I got to go fix a points mismatch. Who's got a points mismatch? Ray something. Let me go fix this. I got a points mismatch, guys. Got a problem in my environment. Oh, there it is. That's probably part of it. Okay. That, done. Good. Almost done. Glam Shatter School. I feel like just installing something like Linux Mint and just starting using Linux as your daily driver can be immensely. I think that's true too. Yeah, Glam. When I was first going through college in the early 2000s, I ran all Ubuntu on my systems, and I daily drove Linux for probably about 4 or 5 years. I don't use it all the time anymore, but I do think that's a good way to start. I like gaming, so there's not as much options for me to be 100% on a Linux system if I want to do all the gaming. But for people who are wanting to really immerse themselves, there's no better way than probably jumping into anything. You ran Debian on everything in the 90s. Yeah. I'm sure there was some troubleshooting going on there. All right, I gotta check my grade audit again. And then I can close out these grades for this quarter. All right. I've heard good things about Steam Deck. I've heard good things about Steam Deck as well, for sure. Give me 1 second real quick. This thing is taking a while, this grade audit. Oh, it's all done. Okay. Good. Nothing messed up, nothing bad there. Okay, I can sync these grades, and I'll be all done with college until the new year. Well, this college. I'll still have my going to college starting on the 26th. But give me 1 second here. Sync my grades. That's how I close out my classes. I sync all my grades. Sync 52 grades up. Pending. As soon as that's done, I can close this down and not think about college for a while. Oh, excuse me. All right. Says they're synced. All right, so let me show you guys this real quick. This is from, so somebody asked about getting into site reliability engineering. One, I would tell you, don't try to do site reliability engineering on your own from scratch. Go read about, the books that are out there that are free. Go in there and get the skills in chaos engineering and some of these other things. Understand how the tooling works inside site reliability engineering, right? Like this isn't, you don't just jump into SRE work. You have to spend some time understanding it, right? But let's go and talk about, this was for a college that I was working for, and they wrote, before I got there, they wrote a set of requirements for a site reliability engineer that they wanted to hire, a senior site reliability engineer. And then they said, hey, Scott, can you come in as the technical resource that is going to ask questions of this site reliability engineer? And I said, yes, I will. And this is what I came up with. This is what I do everywhere that I do engineering type things. If you say, hey, Scott, can you test these two systems against each other? I'd say, yes, I could. And I would do it like this. This is the exact same thing you would get from me in different formats. So this is what I do. I go here and I write these 5 things out. Purpose, scope, so in scope and out of scope, methodology, and control. These are the things, if I'm going to do a test or I'm going to try to turn something into a objective output, I want to use this. Now, the purpose was simple because it was given to me. Select the next senior SRE for this team that I was on. The scope was technical questions to determine capability to execute on job duties. So I wanted to ask technical questions around the standards that they had output. I did not write the standards. I did not write what they wanted an SRE to be. They wrote that. Somebody else before me. What I was supposed to do was to ask technical questions. What I was not supposed to do was personality fit, non-technical capabilities. Hey, how do you feel working in a team? You're in the storming portion of a team forming, norming, this and this and this, and how do you do this? And that? I don't give a shit about that. That's all a bunch of buzzwords, business administrative. Like you're like, hey, Scott, you're the one who got an MBA. Stop making it all of our problems. Like, okay, hold on. So the I don't care about any of that stuff. I don't care if you prefer to work on 1 task or 4 tasks. None of that stuff. My methodology was to objectively determine the best technical candidate. And the methodology I used was all candidates were going to see the same questions. They never saw them. I asked them. And then I was going to filter that down to be excellent, adequate, or poor in those hierarchies. Excellent would be 5. Adequate would be 3 or 4. Poor would be 0, 1, 2, technically. This would allow to quantitatively show which candidate is the best. At the end of a discussion with my candidates, I wasn't going to say, well, I feel like they're the best. No, I was going to be able to say, well, this person scored a 43 out of 50. I think that 43 out of 50 is pretty solid. If you guys want to keep looking, sure. But 43 out of 50 could then be compared against another one. And that person might be 38 out of 50, but they might like them more on their part, which is personality and non-technical, and then I'd let them make that decision. My job was just to objectively sort them by how technical they were. Does that make sense? All right. Hopefully that makes sense. And then the control, same questions, same candidates, well, each candidate in a reasonable time frame, adequate answer. I think I gave this to about 7 or 8 different engineers. Now, these are the responsibilities that were written by the other team. I told you guys this before. This was already there before I got there. Somebody had looked at this and said, Yeah, was removed. You're welcome to hang out. You know, you don't have to. No rush. Um, yeah, for me, I don't want to know any personal stuff. I don't want to know how old they are. I don't want to know how tall they are or their shoe size. I don't want to know none of that stuff. I just want to know if they can do the job. So here were the specific responsibilities that were again given to me, and then I went through and I looked at all of them and I made a set of questions. Here's the competencies. Here's question 9 and 10. But these were what they wanted, right? And here were my questions. So my first question ties right back to right here. Using standard systems management practices leads planning, development, and coordination of our team operations and projects. So my question was what are some project management methodologies you've used and how might you apply them here? What I'm looking for there then is them to tell me something like, well, you know, I've used ITIL and that kind of gets into Agile. And I really like Agile because, you know, we touch every project every day. We have sprints. If people get stuff done, they can go help other people. But it's very task-based if it's done well. And we only need to kind of touch base for 15 minutes every morning to align everybody to what we're doing. And I think that works pretty well. That's a fine methodology. Another fine methodology could have been, I've done some software development through the SDLC waterfall lifecycle. Look, guys, the waterfall lifecycle is old, and it's not super common that you hear somebody say that they're using it actively. But you know what? It's been around for like 60, 70 years, and it works pretty effing good. So if somebody told me, like Lockheed Martin, we still did SDLC. So if they told me, hey, I used SDLC, I'm not going to hold that against them. It's an older methodology, but it checks out, sir, right? Like, it's still valid. Let's see how they talk about it. And then my goal here was to understand how they talked about it. How did they handle it? How did they discuss it? What did they understand about it? And they had time to explain it to me. And I had great response, adequate, poor, or no response. And then I had their score over here, right? Next one. Describe an automated tool you've applied or a pipeline you've built for deployments. What worked well and what didn't work. So where does that go from? Again, the job requirement. Provides recommendations regarding infrastructure operations, automation, site reliability, and self-service enablement for services. So then for me, I wanted to know, describe an automation tool you've applied. The person who ended up getting this job didn't have a, you know, they're coming in as a site reliability engineer. They didn't have a Linux background. And you say, well, Scott, how did you assess them? Well, what the automation tool that they had applied was a pipeline. They had done a whole bunch of library work. And they were telling me about kind of how they were able to deploy and update their web pages in a rapid fashion as changes came down to some formatting or whatever, right? Okay, so anyway, so then they do that, and I said, and then this was interesting to me, if you've played with something, there's a big difference between somebody who's used something in a lab one time and something who has held and used a tool, and the way they describe the tool and what do they describe about what worked well and what didn't work and how they got around it. It's very evident if somebody drives in a tool often or if they have not been in a tool before. So describe an automation tool you've applied, and then this person went on to describe what they did, right? Then this next one, what is your experience with Git or another software versioning tool? What are some best practices you would like to see from your junior engineers? This question directly went to junior staff, best practices in delivery or daily operations and code releases. So they were going to be in charge of something, and I wanted them to see how they did. Now, as they keep going through these, ColdFront was a tool we were evaluating, so we wanted to know if they had any experience with that. But the person that even got hired didn't have any ColdFront experience. None of them did. So that's fine. What was some high-performance compute user management you've used? I would have accepted any kind of, even back to Active Directory, if you've used Linux to tie back into Active Directory in some way, right? Most companies are using Active Directory, guys. You can't just be such a Linux purist that you're like, I won't ever let anybody touch my systems. Because one, it's not true. They're not your systems. They're your company systems, and they will have you or the next guy after they get rid of you connect them into touch the Active Directory. They will. And it's super easy to do. There's SSSD, there's WinBind with Samba back in the day, there's which was Kerberos based. There's IDM nowadays. There's a bunch of ways to do this, right? But I just wanted to see what their experience was with it. And, then all of them scored pretty poorly on this, but that's fine because all of them did poorly, right? None of them had done this. What type of code reviews have you done? What would you implement here if you had no program for scheduled reviews currently? By the way, we didn't have a good program for scheduled reviews. That comes back directly to creates or expands solutions for advanced development frameworks and reviews code with team peers. So we wanted to get to a place where our site reliability engineer was code reviewing and getting garbage old code out of our environment, right? We had a set of everything had been done in Bash and everything had been just cobbled together over many years, and there was no code review. Nobody in this environment that I was in had any idea how anything worked. We were working on an old system with unrepeatable processes, and if something broke, we had no way to fix it. So what I did actually with this organization was I brought in Ansible everywhere. We did Ansible from top to bottom on everything, and we cleaned out a lot of old code, but this was a big part of it, was this person who, I'm going to try to get this person that got hired for this to come talk to our group one day, because they do a really good job over there still as the software, as the site reliability engineer. So anyways, we keep going through this, and then we get to how they did. This was an example, guys. This was not anything real from any one person. I'm not showing you somebody's score. But this would objectively be worse than somebody who was like 35. And this would be objectively better than somebody who was like 15. Does that make sense? My goal was to find a way to objectively show who was the best technical fit for the position. And I really do think we picked up the best person for this job that we could have gotten. It was a really good pickup that we got, and he ended up being really good as an engineer, focusing on these kind of things. Okay, so hopefully that helps a little bit in the site reliability engineering sense, because some of you guys were asking about where did it go, site reliability engineering. So SRE questions, I showed that. Getting into Linux, we talked about that. We talked about Christmas movies that we watch every year. Hey, wifey, what are some other movies we watched?
What?
We watched Die Hard, we watched Elf, we watched Klaus. What were some other movies?
This year we watched Scrooge.
We did, yeah, but we don't watch that every year.
That's true. We need to watch Home Alone.
We need to watch Home Alone.
Or Fred Claus.
And Fred Claus. Because you like watching those every year. I said every couple years was Elf, and Just Friends was every couple years.
Ooh, Just Friends is a good one. Trapped in Paradise.
Trapped in Paradise?
Yes.
Yeah, but not every year. We'll call that every...
say every other year.
Okay.
Every couple of years, you gotta get Trapped in Paradise in there.
That is a funny one. All right. So that was what we were doing today, guys.
Christmas Story.
I mentioned Christmas Story earlier, talking about shooting your eyes out. And this thing jumps to the bottom of our acceptable use policy. Good old Home Alone, guys. Nothing like getting hit with a paint can and then burned and stabbed through the foot and all that kind of stuff. Alright, let's see if I got anything else going on here. Nothing going on there. Going on over there. Alright. I think we answered all those. Getting into Linux. Just get your hands on it. Understand why people run Linux. Understand what the value is of being in an organization. People don't run Linux just to run it. They run it to support their business processes in some way. So there's all that. Check on Ranger. How's Ranger doing? Ranger's downstairs breathing. That's all he's doing is breathing. Not moving, not checking anything. Wife, you see that? Ranger's just hanging out.
With his sad lights.
With his sad lights that keep
Got
dying.
more lights.
We do have more. Oh, is that what those lights were?
Yeah, they're for that tree.
You got more lights for that tree? Okay. That'll be nice. Have that going for us. I'm sitting back in full sham mode now. So guys, I got nothing that's not sham based. But we're not working too hard. We're just kind of hanging out. We do have a Linux group for you guys to go hang out with. That's what I hang out on here for, is to tell you guys about that group. You can do all kinds of other things. It doesn't have to be just Linux, but Linux is a big part of it. Hey wife, I found a thing for you to get me for a present. It's one of these Jetson Nano AI things. That'd be a nice present for me.
Sorry. What?
Don't worry about it.
Tell me.
Nope, don't worry about it.
You better tell me.
The wife's threatening me on stream, guys.
I just said you better tell me.
I'm not telling you.
You need to put yourself on mute.
I gotta be on mute so she can yell at me.
What were you telling me?
I was telling you about a thing to get me for a present.
Oh, I'm sad. Your present's not here yet.
I need my present here by tomorrow. There you guys see Ranger. I don't even know, man. I don't even know what that thing's doing. Like, apparently, I have some kind of thing set that every time we get more followers, it triggers like every 2 minutes or something. It's really weird. I don't know what that thing is, but oh, what's going on? Street Track over on YouTube. Merry Christmas. Yeah, Merry Christmas. It is the day before. I am not working super hard. I just got done grading all my papers and closed out all my college classes, so that's all done. Was removed. She's definitely threatening to beat me up. You guys can't see it though, but she was definitely gonna beat me up. Yes.
You can't talk to me when I have my earbuds in.
I wasn't talking to you. I was telling them that you were gonna beat me up.
No.
That was my cry for help.
No, my husband's a black belt in jiu-jitsu.
That's true.
It's impossible. A full Nelson never happened.
They don't get the reference. I'll have to show them the reference.
You should, because a full Nelson never happened.
A full Nelson never happened. That man is a liar. Oh, that's funny. Alright. Well, we gotta figure out what we're doing, guys. Are we gonna raid somewhere? I gotta get off of here in probably the next hour anyways, but for sure the next half hour so I can get ready. Yeah, I am using Sumatra up here. Yeah, if you guys don't know, Sumatra's... Andy used Arch, nice. Sumatra's great. I actually look at it and I invert... If you guys have never used this, it's going to be a little bright. But when you go to the options here, you actually change things here in just a notepad. And if you flip these right here, so if you flip your white and your black, you'll change the background color. So I use Sumatra, and then like my book is normally in white mode, or you know, bright mode, whatever you want to call it. So I invert the colors, and then all of these things, like we were looking at the Linux stuff earlier, all I did was invert the colors of the screen. So the cheat sheets that are scrolling on the left hand side, so this is the SANS cheat sheets. Here they are, sans.org. And I love sans.org for all of this stuff. And then this was one example from it, specifically around DDoS. So this was like the DDoS one. So I'll link that to you guys that want it. But yeah, this is sans.org. They have a really good set of, like, let's say I always explain this to you guys like this. If you didn't have a good set of procedures for how your engineers act, maybe your junior engineers, when you have a problem occur. These are the things that maybe security architecture cheat sheet for internet applications. Like, how do we build out that? How do we build out, this is one of my favorite ones, the cheat sheet for administrators. So, here's all your Windows things that should be checked, and here's all your Linux or Unix things that should be checked. And you don't just give them this raw thing. You go and you turn this into a procedure, which actually, I think if you go over here, let me show you guys something here. If you go in our discussions here of our Discord, you go to Prolog projects right here. One of my projects, I'm pretty sure one of the discussions here, if you go up a little bit, was you had to write up a procedure for your junior engineers. So let me see if I have. In this channel, that's Six Sigma stuff. Test procedures of how you might look up your system. So there's some procedures, how you might test two systems. I'm pretty sure I have test two. So that was some testing of speed between some systems. Yeah, maybe I don't have it. But the point is, I made you guys write up a lot in here about how you would have your team check on things and look stuff up. So yeah, guys, a big part of being like a good administrator and engineering team in general is having your processes defined, knowing what you're going to do when, as the, colloquial term is, shit hits the fan. Like, you need to know what to do, right? You need to know and be prepared for whatever's going to happen. So, give me 1 second here real quick. I'm going to move there, move there. Okay. All right. Just make sure everything's right there. So, yeah, if you guys have other questions, let me know. We're not working too hard. We're just kind of hanging out, working on systems. I got lab stuff to clean up. I just don't want to do it right now, so we'll do it later. But check these, make sure these are all good still. I'm gonna clean this up. I'm probably gonna take some of our Rocky systems away, so maybe you guys just have labs 1 through 10 to use, and then I'm gonna take 11, 12, all the way up through 19 and turn them into a set of troubleshooting servers. So we're going to troubleshoot those guys. So I'll start working on that here. That'll be one of the things we work on. What else do we got going on here? Oh yeah, I think you need to know a lot of this stuff. Alright, here's what we're gonna do, guys. We're gonna NetWit, yeah, thanks for the happy holidays. Yep, we're gonna hang out for a little bit longer, and then I'll probably hop off the stream here and then we'll be back around. I probably won't be back on until maybe Thursday again, but we'll get this stuff done and out of the way. Get our labs all ready for this weekend, because on Saturday we're doing our last of our groups and getting everybody all into Linux systems administration, right? We'll call the course completely done, and then we'll keep working from there. We'll start working on probably our next set of projects that we're talking about doing. So it's always fun, right? Thinking about how to get you guys into the systems engineering world. You guys can all do this stuff. We typically start out as administrators, right? But then we move over into engineering roles, and the goal is just to understand how this stuff works and be able to do it professionally, you know? All right. Refresh this YouTube. See if it's seeing all the information right. Because I swear it never is. YouTube side of things always seems to be looking at stuff different than the rest of us. Netwit, I have never heard of DevNet from Cisco, unfortunately, no. What is that? Is that like... Nope. I don't do a whole lot with Cisco anymore. I professionally, I haven't really run Cisco in many years. I am mostly just doing... mostly if I'm doing networking, it's on Dell switches, which, you know, behave very similar to Cisco. But no, I haven't been directly on Cisco devices in quite some time. I still train people on it, but I don't do a lot with it. All right, hold on, I'm getting this. I'm playing this stupid little on the phone game, and there's this one level that I can't beat on this stupid freaking game. I beat it, don't get me wrong, but I can't beat it with a perfect, because the stupid boss just like runs up and dumps a payload of a bunch of these creatures, these little bots, and then I can't kill them off my base fast enough, so they get one hit on me. Well, 4 hits technically, but the point is it's just super hassle. I gotta find a way to burn the boss down before he can even get set, basically. Which I'm like 10 stages past, but I can't go back and beat this one stupid thing. Yeah, Pigswigs, you were asking about a starting point for learning Linux admin. Yeah, I have a few of them. I would tell you, so my thoughts on it are like this. We have a professional Linux users group, and you can go in on the beginner start here, and you can start. So if you say, hey Scott, I want to be a Linux systems administrator, we have a set of courses here that are about getting through understanding doing it professionally. But if you just say, oh Scott, I just want to know Cisco, or I just want to know Cisco Linux better, I would just come to Killer Coda, and then I have a set of labs out here on Killer Coda that I think are okay, and they will just run you through using Linux, right? And the way that works is right here. You just go to Linux, and these are free labs. I think I got 27 of them. There you go. Yeah, NetWit, I haven't played with, I haven't seen the Cisco DevNet, no. I didn't know that they were focusing on Linux at all. But yeah, if that's where you want to go and if that's your focus, do it. I think that's a good place to go, and I don't think there's much you can do in the Linux world that won't be valuable to you later on as an engineer. And, you know, going through Linux engineering, I think all that stuff's going to be more valuable. Those are just kind of my thoughts on it. There you go. All right. Dragunov, you said you want to learn extreme networks? Is that what your company sells? I don't even know what that is. Motherfucker. I don't even know what this is. I've been out of the networking game for some time. Looks like CDW probably bought them up. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know much about it. Pigs Wigs, all I said was go to either Killer Coda, which is a good place to start, or and that's if you just want to learn Linux stuff. If you want to learn how to do Linux professionally, go to our Beginner Start Here section of our Discord. That's all it is. That's all it was, Pigs Wigs. Was go to Beginner Start Here, and then, or go to Killer Coda, and just, I've got a whole bunch of labs that'll get you going on Linux, but it's just hands-on Linux, you know. There's a difference, and I try to explain to you guys, there's a difference between just hands-on Linux and enterprise administration and engineering of Linux. I think there's a huge difference. Like, you can just know a lot of stuff about Linux, and that's fun, that's valuable, that's good as like a, you know, hobbyist and good for doing stuff. But if you want to do it for an administration, like if you want to administer it for a business and make money and get paid for it, you have to learn how the disks work, and you have to learn how the network works, and you have to learn how the processes work, and the users, because the users got to be able to get on your system to use it, even if the users aren't users, but rather processes that are being called or logged into as part of an application, right? Might be a service account. It might not be a real user anywhere. It might just be a service account. But these things are always going to exist, and they're always going to like be happening in your network. So we have to understand them. Right? We have to understand. Well, if we want to be pros, if we just want to hang out and be hobbyists, that's fine. Nothing wrong with that. It's just gonna take a little bit of additional work, you know. So different type of work, rather. Maybe I'm getting distracted here, playing my video game. Also, what's going on here? This isn't spinning. Let's get out of there. Also, get rid of there. I feel like that's something here that needs to get closed down. Oh yeah, that just crashed everything. Alright. Day in the life of an engineer, but we're not doing that talk right now. Oh, anyways, we don't have any reason to do that talk right now. Neuron Collider said, is there a way to contribute to the training content? What type of training content? You talking about in the Discord? Yeah, you guys can add stuff to Discord all you want. Yeah, I think that's good. I think it's good when other people get involved and show other people around on the stuff. If you're talking about how to get into Killer Coda, yeah, you could write your own Killer Coda labs all day. Doesn't take anything special to get on here. There's a section right here. You go just on Killer Coda here, and you go to, you want to be a creator. Creators, right here. Oh, there's all kinds of topics that could probably be worked on. Hey, you want to get in there? There you go. Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff to do in there. Alright, let's see if I can finish this level real quick on this little game I'm playing. Ah! Oh, no, you don't have to throw wads of cash at me. No. You're always welcome to just hang out. If you hang out and you work on stuff and you like talk in the Discord and get other people talking, I think that's valuable. I think that's super valuable. Getting people involved and like showing other people that there's, that you can ask questions without getting your head bit off. I think that's one of the major problems. Like if you go anywhere in the tech world, if you ask a question, you just get your head bit off, and I've watched that happen to a lot of people over the years, and it doesn't help them any. It doesn't help the community any, that's for sure. Oh, a couple of spare Bitcoins, nice. No, I think I just want people to hang out and work on getting better at this stuff, right? That's the goal, getting you guys involved. And Keshad, hopefully this stuff's useful to you. I don't know if I got your name right. My closed captioning definitely didn't get your name right, but I feel often like my closed captioning is just a joke. I look at my closed captioning and I'm like, am I a joke to you? Because my closed captioning is not super serious. That's for sure. Yeah, how's it going, Kashan? Hopefully, this stuff makes some sense. Although we're not working too hard today, we're just kind of hanging out before I go hang out with family for Christmas Eve, and then I was telling you guys I do Christmas Day with some of my friends that I've known for 30 plus years now, and then and then we'll go to good times. Sorry, I'm playing a game, so I'm getting super distracted. I thought the wife fell asleep back there. She was being real quiet. So the wife's been sitting here this whole time, but she's reading her book, so she's not listening to us. She's sending me stuff on Instagram, she said. Oh, she got sucked into Instagram now. Keshad, you're working on web stuff? Nice. Personal site, that kind of stuff? Very good. Did I drop out? Did the thing drop out, or did you drop out? What kind of dropout are we talking here? Ah, yeah, I know a fair amount of people that have dropped out of university. I don't think it's required to be good at this stuff. I think it's just another thing to do to get skills, but I think you can get skills outside of the university for sure. I tell people I am a big fan of going to college, obviously, right? But I don't think you have to go to college. I think you can do this stuff just by sitting around and learning it and figuring out how to do it, and then there you go. to send the wife something. Computer engineering, yeah. Any of the system stuff is kind of a big thing. All right, let's go check. Let's go check a couple things real quick in the lab here. Oh, that closed up on us. We do have static web coming in. And I'm pretty sure that's still exposed to the outside. And Prolog. I think that's all up still. I gotta go fix all that. Alright. Lots of stuff to fix, guys. Lots of stuff in the environment that I'm working on. Lots of stuff to do. Let's do this. Since we are, I'm getting near my time, so I'll probably hop off of here. But let's find somebody to raid over on the Twitch side of things. On the YouTube side of things, you guys are welcome to. Kobe said, "What kind of GPU do you need to stream in HD resolution?" I don't know. I never really tried to stream in any kind of higher definition, so I'm not completely sure over there, Kobe. What kind of GPU? Yeah, I mean, not 100% sure what I would need if I wanted to go higher resolution. I have GeForce RTX in here, and it works okay. It's not great. Let's go find somebody I'm following. Is anybody that I'm following on here doing anything? Let's go right over to Rossberger. He's doing fun stuff, so a little bit different energy over there, but I mean, maybe that's what you guys need on Christmas Eve to wake you up a little bit. I will be off here until probably Thursday, and then we'll hang out. Hey, Colcus, how's it going? Yeah, we're going to go right over to Rossberger and hang out over there. But I will talk to some of you guys in a couple days. Take care.